6 to 9 p.m. and a Sunday morning bonus show from 6 to 9 a.m. Jim Bohannon on Guam's only News Talk Superstation, 93.3 The Point.
Securing America.
Charged in an alleged conspiracy plot involving explosives and tactical gear to take over the government and kidnap Michigan's governor, Gretchen Whitmer.
Adam Fox, Barry Croft, Ty Garbin, Caleb Franks, Daniel Harris, and Brandon Caserta conspired to kidnap the governor from her vacation home in the Western District of Michigan before the November election.
U.S. Attorney Andrew Burge, the criminal complaint shows others also face charges. One of the accused is quoted by the FBI as saying in part that Whitmer's uncontrolled power must come to an end. The governor has been criticized for major restrictions in her state on businesses, even personal movement, in a response to the coronavirus. Whitmer also recently used the state health department to skirt Michigan's Supreme Court, which ruled that the governor's unilateral coronavirus orders are unconstitutional. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Her opening pitch is made. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The president's Supreme Court nominee tries to reassure senators after sitting through lengthy opening remarks, both for and against her confirmation hearing.
Judge Amy Coney Barrett says she reads every opinion she writes from the perspective of the losing side.
Even though I would not like the result, would I understand that the decision was fairly reasoned and grounded in law?
If confirmed, Barrett says she would bring new perspective to the court, the only mother of school-aged children, the first justice in 45 years from the Midwest-based 7th Circuit, and the only sitting justice who did not attend Harvard or Yale law schools. Questions from the Judiciary Committee for Barrett begin Tuesday. Democrats focused in their opening statements on the future of the Affordable Care Act. At the Hart Senate Office Building, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
While his running mate took part in that hearing, Joe Biden is on the campaign trail in Ohio.
The longer Donald Trump is president, the more reckless he seems to get.
Criticizing the president's handling of the White House outbreak in addition to the overall pandemic response. The president's been tweeting criticism of Biden's campaign appearance today. He's scheduled to hold his first rally since battling the virus tonight in Florida. Facebook launches another crackdown on misinformation and hate speech.
The social media giant announcing that they will now ban Holocaust denial and distortion posts, and will also start directing people to authoritative sources if they search for information about the Nazi genocide.
Fox's Brett Larson. Holocaust survivors around the world have been urging Facebook to remove Holocaust denial posts. We are just getting word that the mother of the late Senator John McCain has died. Roberta McCain was 108 years old. America is listening to Fox News.
Hafa, I'm Robert Underwood. We are in the middle of the most serious health crisis of our lives, and it affects everything from jobs to schools to the way we live. In addition to worrying about recovery, we must now worry about health care. And we shouldn't have to make choices between food and medicine, going to the doctor, or buying gas. We all need access to health care, and now, more than ever, we need hospitals and clinics which can respond to pandemics. We must get the vaccines and new treatments for COVID-19. We must be ready with ventilators and partnerships with the federal government for our emergency facilities and have pandemic plans which provide a secure safety net. We must be ready for the next crisis. And this takes a leader in Washington who is trustworthy and will work with local leaders and experts. This is why I am running for Congress. I humbly ask you for your vote. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Russia faces another round of Western sanctions.
The European Union is hardening its stance against Russia, announcing sanctions for the poisoning of opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
Against those linked to this
assassination attempt.
EU Foreign Policy Commissioner Josep Borrell says diplomats from the Union's 27 countries agree a response is required.
It was a complete acceptance by all member states. No one opposed any kind of reluctancy.
France and Germany say Russia has failed to explain how Navalny fell sick 2 months ago. The UN's chemical weapons watchdog says he was poisoned with a nerve agent. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
Some U.S. senators have been urging President Trump to support sanctions over the poisoning as well. California's Republican Party now acknowledges owning unofficial ballot drop boxes that state elections officials are saying are illegal. Those boxes started popping up in several areas, including L.A. and Fresno over the weekend. A state GOP spokesman says that the party does own the boxes, but that the state's law governing so-called ballot harvesting allows an organization to collect and return groups of ballots. A farmer's political message in his crops goes viral.
Peter Larson, a farmer in Cheyenne, North Dakota, showing support for Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden and his running mate Senator Kamala Harris by plowing Biden and Harris's last names in his soybean field. Larson also plowing a message in support of Dr. Shelley Lenz and Ben Vig, who are running for state governor and lieutenant governor. His daughter tweeting aerial photos, which have taken off online. Larson tells local media it took him about 20 minutes to do each, using a 9300 John Deere tractor and a 30-foot sunflower disc.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin and Lisa Brady. Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
At FHP Health Center, your health and safety are important to us. FHP remains open during peak hour 1 to serve all of your healthcare and medical needs. To better serve you, we encourage you to keep your appointment with your healthcare provider. We have implemented stringent screening and sanitizing procedures to keep you safe. FHP Health Center is open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, closed on Sunday. For appointments, call 646-5825 and press 2. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Today it's 6:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 92 people tested positive for COVID-19 in the round of testing that spanned over the last 3 days. The numbers reported in the Joint Information Center that came out last night. The island's tally of COVID positive cases now at 3,170 since testing started in March. There are 921 people in active isolation with 65 people in the hospital, 12 of them in the intensive care. The Joint Information Center also reporting another one of their employees testing positive at the Department of Education, this one from Finnegodson Elementary School. The individual confirmed through contact tracing. Meanwhile, another Port employee also tested positive, according to a release from Port spokeswoman Bernadette Meno. This is the 12th Port employee to have tested positive, 7 of whom have already returned to work. The Port contact tracing team has been able to identify 349 cases of close contact exposure with the 12 Port employees and has coordinated testing for all of those exposures. Meanwhile, a resident of the Global Dorm Homeless Shelter in Maiti has tested positive. According to the Guam Daily Post, the woman who was identified was quarantined last week Friday at the government quarantine facility along with her family. And then a couple of private businesses also reported COVID positive cases, Kmart and McDonald's, both issuing statements yesterday after a number of their employees have tested positive. Kmart announcing it would be closed for sanitization. They'll be reopened at 11 this morning. McDonald's also said one of of its employees tested positive, or several of its employees tested positive, and one restaurant was closed for cleaning. Neither businesses gave details on how many of their employees tested positive. We'll have more news right after this.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Mezcla Dos Upper Tumon are now open for takeout and delivery services. For more information, call now at 479-2652 or 3 or Mezcla Dos at 646-6295. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comfort of your own home. They take your local favorite dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
The Department of Labor's operation has been in full swing with unemployment checks being processed and applications accepted. And as a face-to-face assistance offered at public libraries has continued, one facility will close its operations on Friday, Labor Day. Labor officials say that they no longer will have face-to-face appointments at the Agate Library. The last day of the service at this location will be on Friday, October 16th. Now, service at the Dededo and Jotnya libraries will not be affected. Anyone who is in need of service can make an appointment by calling the Department of Labor or 311. Meanwhile, Rev and Tax also working to assist tax filers with a drive-through drop-off service that will be set up at the Barragata office this week. The service will be available from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Thursday, October 15th. That is for those who need to file their taxes. Just as a reminder, the deadline to file, if you filed an extension, is October 15th, which is Thursday. And the Guam Chamber of Commerce will be holding a community rally tomorrow, and everyone is invited to join as they look to rally support to force the legislature to do more to help the island through this economic crisis brought on by COVID-19. There are many on the island who have been impacted by the pandemic and the governor's continued shutdown of businesses. The Chamber of Commerce wants to tell your elected representatives not to forget our people. The Chamber calling on senators and the elected ones to help businesses survive and get employees back to work. The rally will start tomorrow with a motorcade at 8:30 from GPO into Mooning and will end at Adelup. The rally point will then go to the legislature at 9:30 for everyone to gather for their support. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
What time do we leave? What time are we going to go?
6:45.
No, I cannot leave at 6:45 for the rally. That's going to be until. So what? Now, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Did you want to be in the motorcade part of the rally, or did you just want to hang out over at the legislature part of the rally?
I'm going to go and
Hasn't decided yet, has she?
I haven't decided. I might do the motorcade. I'll just drive by.
You can do
I'll
that.
do the advanced motorcade.
I might know somebody that will have an extra sign for you.
Okay.
Right? Speaker lies, people dies. One of those kind of things. No?
What is it? What did you say?
Good morning. What did I say? I'm sorry, I'm distracted for a lot of reasons. Michael Archibald says we need to have a real Joe Cam, and if you stand up, I can actually put Joe up on the screen, and you get us all the way up. There we go. It's not a great picture because there's two panes of glass through there. We never accounted for putting the producer up on the screen. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, everybody happy now? And Mike, happy?
We can move on.
I suppose we can. All right, so let me see what we got to move on to. Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers today. There's northeast winds, 5 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs today should be about 89 degrees. Are you ready for that? 89 warm degrees. Is there going to be a heat index? Not much. 90 degrees is what they're talking about today. So it ain't going to be very, very hot, but I got a feeling that we are going to feel some muggy with the additional partly cloudy skies on top of the isolated showers. Same thing for tonight. Northeast winds up to about 10 miles an hour. Overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Let me see if I can get another picture up on the screen for you, because I'm kind of curious as to what the neighborhood looks like in terms of weather. I think, it's close enough. I might want to scooch the reticle up a little bit so you can see where Guam is in the map. There we are. Okay, so right across where the arrow says Guam, that's where we are. And it looks like there's not a whole lot that is happening in our area right now. And that's deceptive. That's exactly what they want us to think. So we're going to start thinking about, you know what, today's a good day maybe to go get some grill marks. Couldn't do it yesterday because it was all rainy and stuff like that. I'll tell you the rest of the project. And write it down, Joe. Talk about the rest of my Hang the Bose Speakers Outside project, okay? because it just ended in tears yesterday. I got to say that. So for tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies, scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms. Again, northeast winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Highs 87 overnight. Low should be about 76 degrees. Sunrise this morning was at 6:11. You're probably thinking, I'll bet today he doesn't have any pictures from Pirates Cove over at the sunrise over at that place. Oh, you don't know the kind of tenacious man that Jeff from over at Pirates Cove is. He's up early in the morning taking a look at that's what sunrise looked like on his side of the island. You got some more like that. Be happy to get it. Now, there's another shot that I got, and I don't know how much of it you're going to be able to make out, but anybody take a look at the moon that is shining tonight. Come on, Joe.
Yeah.
Come on. You know the rest. Moon.
Oh,
do you see her? And what is...
It's too late. Move on.
I'm sorry. Kalapana. Yeah.
So
sorry, I'm so high right now. Apologies.
What did I tell you about taking too much cough syrup in the morning?
You're right.
So here's a picture. Somewhere in here is the moon, Mars, and sunrise, and I'm trying to see if I can make it out a little bit better. There I think might be the moon, but I don't know if the other ones are starting to make it out, the stars and things like that. But I appreciate the effort. Thanks for sending that out. For no other reason to get me to try to sing in my best Mackie Fury voice. Yeah. God, why you should have joined in.
Man, I'm sorry.
We should make a band.
We should.
We'll have patches and jackets. Anyway, 6:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together on the point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 66 years.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Are you fed up with those long bank lines? You wish you had a bank who gave you faster service? Well, by enrolling in Bank Pacific's new mobile app, you don't even need to wait in line. But even if you do want to come down in person, we're more than happy to see your smiling face, as long as you have a mask. Because our service is so good, we don't believe in lines. Because for 66 years, we've been making sure you get the service you deserve. Because where others put branches, we place roots. And we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
What's that?
Yeah.
Now, Michael Archibald also wants me to have you say Uranus.
Oh, okay.
Can you do it?
Uranus.
Can't do it without giggling. Sorry. That's 2 days in a row, Mike. We tried 2 days in a row, and it didn't work either time. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at KFC. The obviously, I don't know if you can tell, but obviously the meme machine is online. And before I got into the deal, somebody said there's a special way. There it is. Next time that you go, you're gonna love this. Next time you go to KFC in Australia, check this out. This is a sandwich. This is a KFC sandwich that you can get. Now, I love the Doublicious. That's my jam when I go to KFC anytime after breakfast. But apparently in Australia, and they do all kinds of stuff. Hulk smash food. Start by smashing down the two. Apparently, this is a thing that you can get at the KFC in Australia. Could you? You can handle that, right?
I don't think
Couple
so.
of bites.
Only James Howard has a mouth big enough to handle that sandwich.
All right, so while you look at that, let me tell you about some of the other KFC bestsellers. They've got the chicken fried steak for breakfast. They have sausage breakfast wrap and the chicken breakfast wrap. They have the AM waffle and sausage, which is exactly what it sounds like, waffles and sausages. And you might be going, but wait a second, the waffle with the maple syrup, what if the maple syrup touches the sausage? It's heaven. It's heaven, and you can find it this morning at KFC. The Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Saying, let's get ready for Tuesday. What? I'm sorry, teacher, you're late. We've been ready for Tuesday since, what time did I wake up this morning? 1:30. 1:30 in the morning. I don't know. I don't know what it is. You know, I've stayed up late last night until I was almost 10 when I went to sleep last night, and I had another round of that chicken cacciatore that Shelley made. So good
Yep,
with the bread, the sourdough bread.
I didn't get bread.
Well, you didn't go. If you'd have gone, maybe you would have gotten some.
But
bread.
I did enjoy it. I will again today.
So I got the chicken cacciatore. So I've got that floating around. I'm thinking, okay, this is groovy. I got a nice mellow feeling going to sleep, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm counting down. So if I sleep at 10 o'clock, then I wake up at 4 o'clock. What is that? 6 hours? Don't math you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to math you here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say yeah.
Sounds about right. How about you, Mom? Is that about 6 hours?
Yes, 6. Exactly 6.
So I'm thinking, okay, I can get by on 6 hours. Woke up at 1:30, and that was it. I was awake, toss and turn in bed, and started, reading up on social media and all of that stuff. So, yeah, when it comes to Tuesday, I'm ready for Tuesday. Oh, there are spirits at the house.
I know.
There are spirits at the house. I get all kinds of people with all kinds of marks I didn't put there. I'm not responsible for those marks.
All kinds of people. What kind of all kinds of people are you having over?
I may have said too much.
You spelled hickeys wrong.
You mean catch and release? Let me see here. There's all kinds of stuff we got to get to this morning, but let's start with the introductions. I've got Real Joe Cruz. He gets the phone when you call it 888-8255-888-TALK. We got the meme machine. Like I said, that's happening now at 988-547-5874. That's 988-5874. You'd think maybe I'd write it down someplace handy where I didn't have to always reach for the little Docomo card every time. 988-5874. Montecillo Tyrone with all the big stories and stuff like that. What time did you wake up this morning?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay, so you got a little bit more sleep than me?
Yeah.
Can you take over?
But as usual, 2:30 is kind of my regular.
Crazy. I'm wondering, there's other reasons to wake up. I know Rico Blancafor and Big Sister Shelley were up to watch the, what's her name? They had the Amy Barrett confirmation hearing, or at least one of the confirmation hearings in the Senate. And I'm kind of curious. And when I say I'm kind of curious, I'm not really. I'm saying it so I sound like I'm a little interested in what's happening in the national politics, because she's going to get it anyway, right? They're going to usher her in.
So, yeah.
I mean, what are they going to find? Is Catholicism a crime? Because I think that's the only thing they can find out about her that they don't like, was that she's like Catholic.
Right, and so that's what Fox was saying. They're going to argue against her faith and her beliefs.
Boy, that's a cheap shot.
Because they can't challenge her qualifications and her credentials.
Right. So we'll go after something else.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And maybe she was part of some kind of a weird culty, secty thing going on once upon a time. I don't know. So I know I'm not the only one that was up early this morning. If you got any particular comments that you think maybe Mana and I and Real Joe should know about that, please feel free to pass it along on the Facebook Live. And who is on the Facebook Live this morning?
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Yeah.
You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
And I might have I didn't look at the top 10. I'm all messed up here this morning, so I'm going to take Rico's top 10, which, believe it or not, doesn't have Rico at number 1. It has Dave Torrey at number 1 here today. And followed by Sherry Uriarte. There's Rico. There's James. And Post Canteen will round out the top 5. And I missed the rest of it because I was busy goofing off doing probably some other unimportant thing here at the radio station. So I'm going to pick it up where Lynn McAfee is there. Jay Rojas.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Asking now out loud, hey, you guys ever hear about beer cheese?
Beer cheese, yes.
Ever heard of beer cheese? No, it sounds tempting, Mr. Rojas. We should try that one of these days. I got Mark Cruz doing the wave out there. Joe Bloss is on. Rudy Rodolfo from the actual Burger King is online. Leah Beth Nahalawa'a. And I'll do a special shout out just because I like saying her husband's last name. Nahalawa'a. That's a high-talking chief from across the mountains of the Pali in Hawaii. Henry Manglotnia is there. Big Sister Shelley, Mike Grace, and former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Hey, it's birthday
Sunshine.
Happy birthday, Sunshine.
Him and Jerry Paris, smartest guys in the administration. Don't let anybody else try to fool you. Don't let anybody else try to fool you. Today is October the 13th, so we are how many days away?
2 days away.
2 days away from Sunshine Day. That's the day. Real Joe's gonna. Do you have a yellow shirt?
Do
you have anything that says?
I have to. I'll look.
We'll get one at Kmart when they open at 11.
Oh, yeah. Let's go into Kmart.
Yeah, well, do you have anything that says 98 on it?
I do.
I
In
might.
fact, I have,
Want to ride on the 98 train?
Yeah.
I do. I have a lot of stuff. with 98
Leftover
on it.
paraphernalia?
Yep.
What do you think?
In fact, I still have the umbrella in the back of my car.
If you bring one, bring something for me, because I've got the yellow shirt. I've got the Carl yellow shirt that I'm
Gotcha.
happy to wear. But if there's any other Carl Gutierrez 98 train paraphernalia, be happy to wear that on the show, just in commemoration of another birthday to our beloved former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Speaking of birthdays, you know who else got a birthday today? Actually, according to Ismail, is the United States Navy.
Oh, happy birthday, Navy.
245 years old. 200 and
you look great.
Stay over 200.
That is the oldest joke in the history of radio. Well, don't look a day over 244. Let me see here. Jen Camacho Delgado saying, "Oh, it's my favorite Ray. Been listening to me since the 1980s. Good to have you online as well." All kinds of people hanging out here on the program this morning. I got Andy Camacho wondering what's going on with all the port employees. How many does this make over at the port getting to Wuhan?
There's been 12.
So far.
12, yeah.
Now we add up the 12 over at the port. How many at the Department of Education? How many people over at the airport?
You know, the DOE hasn't given a rolling tally, and I haven't been keeping count. But, those are the two of the government agencies that have really been the most diligent in keeping the public informed about their contact
they've done an outstanding job. You just kind of wonder what's... Okay, so thanks very much for keeping us informed. What's going on over there? Are we not doing masks? Are there social distancing? Does it look like McCrouch there every day?
I think they're doing all of that. It's just a matter of the individuals might be getting infected outside of the operation and then bringing it
to work. Yeah, but there's some conversation about that in this morning's Guam Daily Post.
And then one thing that also has to be noted for both of the organizations is that their operations have not stopped as a result of COVID-19 and their contact tracing efforts.
They are essential. Yep. They are essential. CJ Bam online this morning saying, "Hava Mana and Ray and Joe. Best wishes from the Cheesehead State." James Howard, hang the Bose speakers outside. Note to self, Ray Gibson. Thank you very much for reminding me. So yesterday, I got the Bluetooth thing exactly where I want to get the little Bluetooth receiver. It's about 2 by 2 big, and all you need is a little bit of electricity and an output from that to the input of that little small Kintner amplifier that I always tell you about. And then all I got to do after that is poke a hole from the inside of the house to the outside of the house, so I can run the wires and then hang the Bose speakers.
And then
I got the hole drilled into the wall, and it's one of these load bearing walls, right? So I had to use my biggest drill and all of my might.
Yeah.
All of my mighty rayness. And it took forever to finally jam this hole into the wall. And literally, real Joe, as soon as the bit came out the other side, the outside, it started raining cats and dogs.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, and I got a call from somebody who said, when is this going to end? I said November. November-ish. Around Mana's birthday is all I know. It generally seems to clear up around between her and my daughter's birthday. It ought to be all right. So that's one of the other things that's in my head. And once that was the big project yesterday.
So
once it started raining,
unfinished. Your project's unfinished.
I'm very worried that somebody might sneak in through that little hole. It's very tiny.
That's what's waking you up at night.
They got some small dudes.
These duendes are coming in and tickling your feet while you sleep.
They're small, sucky out there. I got Keena McCausland. Lakers, #NBA champs.
Wow, really? That happened?
I don't know. I haven't paid any attention to sports this year, other than just to see if there's anything interesting.
Wow.
And sure enough, the usual suspects were all over Facebook yesterday talking about NBA champs, yay Lakers. I'm like, I didn't even know we were in the championships. Like, really? I'm sorry. I'm busy protesting and trying to put a leash on that lady over at Adeloop with the legislature, all of that stuff. But I appreciate Keena. Thanks for pointing that out. James Howard says, dude, Joe Cruz, that's kind of aggressive. I got big sister Shelley. Those peeps in the ACB were partisan, horrible to her. But I showed my TV the finger and just volumed down the negativity. Worse is it was like here with the chick bullies over at the legislature. Let me see here. Pam Duvall's there. Rico Blancaflor is online. Gretchen Lanzo is online this morning. Gretchen, I'm not even going to try to say your two last names. I appreciate you. The whole thing is there. You can run for senator on Guam because you have multiple last names, but I'm not even going to try. So Gretchen Lonzo is online this morning. Gandaka, let me see, Jared Siguenza, Ebil Marino, and Ken Brown. Rick Leon is there. Joanne Regis, MP Ogo online. Who else is there? John and Elaine Muya Perez. Good morning, Wally Gray. Carmen Ngakta Guzman, and there's Rick Leon Guerrero and Rick Leone. And CT Guam, Bill Pettit is online this morning. Antoinette Akfadzi Merrill is there. James Lester Lonzo, the family that watches together, stays together. That's so nice. I got Rico Blancaflor says TDS was strong with the Democrats. Lots of them must have had ulcers based on their frowny faces. TDS is not somebody's initials. TDS stands for Trump Derangement Syndrome. And most people that aren't conservatives or Republicans in Washington, D.C., are suffering from it. Maybe they're not suffering. Maybe they really like it because they just can't seem to disconnect from all of that. I got Carolyn Camacho, Gary Herrero are online. Joe T. Tatmanlu is there. Josh Arceo. Good morning, John Paul St. Nicholas. Danny Guerrero. And another reminder from Rico, we got the Pew Pew sessions October the 25th, 11 a.m., same place. It's going to be over at it's the Points P-Core 1 Pandemic Pew Pew in Petey. For those of you that need the entire name, 11 o'clock on the 25th of October, it's going to be up at the range. Now, we try to give you as much time as possible because, dude, rounds are hard to find. Rounds are hard to find. So if you can get your hands on some good, just plinker rounds, right? Because this is not the championship. We're not going into war. We're not just practice guys. We don't need to bring out the heavy ammo for practice. So go and find some of that stuff. I still have not. I've made a pretty big dent in the 9mm, but I still got plenty more. But if you've got somebody that's doing any kind of decent bulk on 45s, that would be all right. And you know what I'm thinking about taking out for the first time in a long while?
Which one?
.357.
Oh, nice.
Kaboom!
Yeah.
Short barrel, though, not like the Dirty Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway.
A bit of a kicker.
Danny Guerrero's there. Bennett Lahan Duenas is online. Tommy Meyerhofer, Joanne Fullerton, John Barcenas, Nicholas. JB is online. Jose Martinez is there. Roxy Chang from Touré.
Roxy, good morning.
Morning. Touré, what's the deal on Touré? Best
Cameras
makeout spot. Best
everywhere.
makeout spot everywhere.
Cameras everywhere.
Best makeout spot on Guam. However, just a note, cameras everywhere.
Roxy will see it all.
So if this is a Tapma thing, maybe you need to reconsider your location. But stop by there for energy first. Get something to eat. Maybe some coffee or something like that. So you got the energy for all that heavy duty making out there. I got Brad Wood online this morning. I got there's Kevin Wong, John Ray Titano, Sarah Lake. Good morning to let me see, Tommy Bernardo, Lillian Cruz, MT Farron, Real Joe Cruz is online. Amazing. Soon to be Senator Sandra Regis.
Biba.
Sandra?
Biba.
Sandra, can you talk to some of the, I used to think,
hey, she's tight with Jim. She is.
Well, I know she's tight with, we're all tight with Jim.
Yeah.
But here's the, I'll save it for the other side of the because I'll save because it's not a long riff. It's just I've got to develop the riff in my head on what is it, dissatisfaction and disappointment now. And it used to just be disappointed at the Democratic majority, and now I think I'm going to include just virtually everybody in that, and I'll explain why in just a little bit. Raul Montes is online, Bob Berseman, and Post Canteen, Joey and Pinko, Diana Bernardo, Hoffa Dennis Borja. Hey, Dennis Borja. It used to be one of my favorite chiropractors on Guam. You know, because he was big. I was a big guy,
and you could pop all the knots out.
Exactly. He's had a rail up on the ceiling, and he just kind of get up there and find a couple of strategic spots with his heel and then crunch.
I can feel that.
Right,
oh,
and you walk out and it's like your head's on a swivel. Love that. Susan Bajkusha is there. Valerie St. Nicholas Antalan. Dennis Larson. October the 13th rules. Is it your birthday? Ismail with another birthday to celebrate. Happy 8th birthday to my amazing son, Xander. I know that I am tough on you, but I do it because I love you and don't want you to grow up and vote Democrat.
Happy birthday, Xander.
Happy birthday.
I'm getting misty. I'm getting there's nothing like fatherly love. There is nothing like father. You got me. I'm thinking about my dad, who likewise was tough on me, and said, "Son, I'm sorry, I've got to be tough on you. Let you know that there's a real world out there. It's about equal opportunity, not equal outcome. And I don't want you voting Democrat."
Yeah.
Unless it's Carl. Lucia Wood is there. Joanne Billibay. Good morning to Molly Olivares. Lerma Aquino is online. Sonny Chang is there. I got Roxy and Sonny this morning. I cannot, I'm surrounded by beauty. What can I say? Anna Affligui, Jay Rojas, Sarah Garin, right?
Yeah, good morning, Sarah.
Foxes. I know it's a throwback to the 70s. Yeah. It's a word we used a lot in the 1970s.
Foxy.
What, Mana? What is
Foxy
it?
lady.
Are there
is it
others?
like this, or is it?
The original Foxy lady. The original Foxy lady. I got Pam Duvall is online.
Oh, yeah. Good morning.
That's it. Candelino de Marlene, my favorite show before going to the gym in Pohnpei. Thanks for the good news and the good jokes. Makes my day. Wait, in Pohnpei. Catalina is listening to the broadcast in Pohnpei. Real Joe, what time is it in Pohnpei?
2:30 a.m.
Road tours.
Yesterday.
I got Marla Carbolito is there. Mary Park with a K. Dick Wittenbach Santos is online. T. Barcy is there. Mana, you usually say something nice about Richard Wittenbach when we're talking about him.
He's my favorite professor in the whole wide world.
That's what I was waiting for. Frankie Riarte, Mike Cruz, Mike Grace Blas. Am I starting to repeat here? Am I starting to repeat names? All right, that's cool. I'll get around to some of the other ones a little bit later on. But Mark Anthony online this morning. Just want to say thanks very much for having everybody out here. I tried to do it before, but if you could, just do me a favor. Press the share button on this if you don't mind. Let everybody else know that this is where you're coming for, I don't know, drinks and laughs here in the morning. Is that what we're talking about? There's a lot going on, and there are some serious things. We got some interesting numbers that came out of the JIC, and but it has to be said, and I think underscored, 92 cases, but they were confirmed over a 3-day period between the 9th and the 11th. So maybe that's a point we'll get around to talking about. Although I will tell you, this is me not trusting anybody anymore. This is me. I'm going to say it. No, I'm going to say this is me. I don't trust anybody. I certainly have lost all of my trust for people in the government. And I think they came out with that scary Bookaloo boogeyman number. It's Bookaloo. 92. You know why? Because of what Candidate referred to as the Klitsky resolution.
Oh.
I think that's what they're trying to. I'm not going to say they're sandbagging. But all of a sudden everything is what it got 22 the other day or whatever. They're talking about numbers going up and down over at the hospital, but we're in control. And now we've got the Klitsky resolution that is floating around among some over at the legislature. And I can see somebody over at the governor's office saying, we need to get scary report out. Scary report, and that will scare the legislature again into even more silence and inaction than they were already guilty of. But that's just me. Maybe, I don't know. Do you feel the same way? Just go ahead and, thumbs up or something like that on the Facebook Live and let me know. It's 6:35 in the morning and about time for our first look at headlines. You ready for it?
Yes.
I'm Mana Silva Tyron with the news.
92 people tested positive for COVID-19 in their latest round of testing that spanned over 3 days. There are 921 people in active isolation, 65 people in the hospital now, with 12 of them in the intensive care unit. A resident of Global Dorm's homeless shelter in Mites tested positive. The woman and her family moved to a government quarantine facility. And Kmart and McDonald's reported a number of their employees tested positive. Kmart closed until 11 this morning for sanitization. McDonald's also said one of their restaurants was closed. Food distribution will continue today at the Jigo Gym. The mayor's office will be doing a drive-through service from 9 until noon. The mayor's office is asking if you're going to carpool with more than one person in the car, bring with you a mayor's verification just to ensure that riders are from separate households. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Richard Wittenbach Santos says you're his favorite student.
I know that.
In the whole wide world. That. There's a Valentine and the white supremacy symbol. The white power symbol. I'm sorry, it's not white power.
I tell you, of all of the classes that I took, and I enjoyed a lot of my classes at UOG, his were the most interesting and riveting. I mean, it really set the ground and the foundation for me wanting to go into politics.
Really?
Yeah. Political science.
I'll be darned.
My other major.
Diane Strong, English Lit. English,
really?
No, it wasn't English lit. It was just writing in English.
Yeah.
It was a very challenging class.
Not math.
I almost finished it too. It's 6:37 in the morning. 888-255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Ray Gibson Show continues with the amazing and incredible other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken Leon Guerrero, on the other side of these.
Register now for the PBS Guam Virtual Challenge on pbsguam.org. The challenge includes 10, 20, or 50 miles. Remember to practice social distancing when walking, running, or wheeling. Download a distance tracker to accumulate miles. This challenge is made possible by our generous supporters, the Guam Daily Post, Community First Guam Credit Union, Bank Pacific, the Bank of Guam, Coast 360, Vantage Media, Cherry Media Vision, and the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
Did you know your smartphone is one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. Developed by Google, Apple, and the PathCheck Foundation, the app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's anonymous. Add your phone to the COVID fight. Go to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Gotcha. 6:38 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by Subway. $5 footlong. $5 footlong, baby. You go in there, get a regular footlong at the regular price, and we'll give you your second footlong. It's 2 feet worth of food. The second one comes in at just $5. There's Subways all over the island, so check out that deal today.
Okay, Google. Hey, Siri. Hi, Bixby.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Open the Point app. Opening.
Live stream, on demand, swap stations. Check out the visual radio. Get the free app available on the App Store and Google Play, or go to thepoint.gu.
This is going to be a short report. 6:39 right now. Traffic on the point. There's nothing happening out there. Minor delays over in the S&PD area around that construction, but it's not something that's going to slow you down too much. A little bit of traffic in front of the Guam International Airport at the least planned out intersection, maybe of all time. I think you know which one I'm talking about. Looking at the north end, nothing happening up there. Let me put this up on the screen so you can see what I'm seeing. Nothing major happening up at Anderson Air Force Base. We scooch down. Looking at the backside, the back road to Anderson, that one is running fairly clear out there. And hardly anything even launching up at Big Navy in Sumai. Says 6:39. Yeah, right now traffic on the point.
When you're a Bank of Guam customer, your services aren't limited to the walls of their branches. With their online banking, mobile app, ATM network, and voice banking, you can bank anywhere, anytime. Check your balances, transfer funds, pay bills, and so much more. When you can do all that, it's like having the island's friendliest bank right in your home. Visit bankofguam.com to learn all the ways they continue to serve you. We're in this together, stronger than ever. Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
And what? And what? Stumby. I get it. Wait. Now, I'm going to start using that phrase a little bit more. Busta umbi, we used to say back in the olden days when we had time to say all of the words. But now it's 2000 and where are we, 20? Almost 21, 2020. And we don't have that kind of time anymore. So when you see somebody that's joshing you, when you know that you're getting a line of BS, just go stumby. If you're craving a warm, juicy burger, head to Wendy's for the new pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger on their made-to-crave menu. It's stacked quarter-pounded juicy beef, monster cheese, applewood smoked bacon, smoky honey mustard, crispy fried onions, pickles, and we're not done yet. We're not done yet, guys. It also gets folded in with a warm beer cheese sauce. Do you even beer cheese, bro? All packed together in between soft toasted pretzel buns. Now, you can get this with chicken. I don't know why you'd want to get it with chicken. Stay with the beef. It's Wendy's. Or upgrade your combo with some bacon pub fries at Wendy's locations. Wendy's, now that's better.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Oh my God, 6:41. It's 41 minutes into the program, and we haven't talked about anything that matters yet. Right, we get the birthdays in, the hellos. We got the. I guess we got a couple of headlines and some traffic in there. Anyway, 6:41 in the morning, and Shelley says, last night you got to watch Candid. You got to watch Candid tonight. I'm like, why do I have to watch Candid? She's going to be talking about your resolution.
Yeah.
And so they started talking about, what do you mean my resolution? Cousin Troy refers to it as the Klitsky resolution. And that's, you know what, I'm absolutely fine. I don't need the pride of authorship. And if it gets more attention because it came from Judge Bob Klitsky, former Senator Bob Klitsky, legal everything Bob Klitsky, then that's okay. But I will tell you that I'm very, very disappointed now. It's another 24 hours have gone by, and nary a whisper, Bob Klitsky, from anybody in the brave GOP minority or courageous GOP minority. Good morning, Bob.
Get involved in any legislative business, Ray.
Well, I'm sorry, what's that?
They probably don't want to get involved in any legislative business.
Well, it's a risky game. It's a risky game.
Yeah, it is. And sometimes I think the suspicion is it's better to crawl in a hole and then pull the hole in after you than actually take action that might identify you as doing something.
Well, so even if you are, and I'm hearing this from a couple of guys that kind of scared to go into this because they don't want to be alone in it, and I'm going, okay. My expectations, I have twofold expectations on this. One of them was that we were going to bring a resolution to the legislature, and it would probably fail. It would probably fail because we got 10 rubber stampers, a possibility that there are 10 rubber stampers over at the legislature that would not let this thing fly, would not let it get the eight majority. But here's the thing. I wanted to see who they were. I wanted to know who these rubber stampers were. I wanted it to be very, very clear who the rubber stampers were. I didn't realize it was going to end up to be about all 15 of them.
Well, and now we know, I guess. But,
yeah.
I make the point on Tall Tales that senators communicate with their constituents by means of the bills that they introduce, and in this case, the resolution, which is, has a similar effect as a bill, not by doing press releases, not by presenting resolutions, not by performing marriages, etc. So if you want your constituents to know what you're doing, that's how you do it. And apparently, no one wants constituents to know what their particular posture is concerning this way too long, improperly implemented lockdown that's costing everybody so much money and so much time and actually parts of their lives.
Front page, today's Guam Daily Post. There's a picture of I'm going to go ahead and refer to them as one of my favorite young business couples in here. We've got Greg and Janice Sablon from over at American Music. And the headline says, and I know everybody feels this way, it feels like we've been ignored. It feels like we have been ignored here. And the legislature has the ability to do something about it. And you've even done the hard work. You did the heavy lifting, Bob, at my request. But Bob did the heavy lifting. He actually drafted a resolution that would have restored not just a sense of normalcy to the island, but it would have restored the state of the second branch of government. Because right now, they are redundant to the cause.
Saying redundant, I think, probably is overly complimentary. I think you almost have to use the word default when you describe their performance or lack thereof.
Well, here's another example of it. Elected officials push for more details on COVID age spending. So I guess they had a get-together yesterday with Therese and Tellu and Ed Byrne and Mike St. Nicholas and got another one of these vague reports on where the money has been going and how they intend to spend the money going down the road. They say, well, this department got this department got that. And they're like, well, what did they spend it on? Oh, you wanted that information. Oh, you wanted to know exactly what they spent the money on. Oh, yeah, let's see if we can get that for you one of these days.
Yeah.
So the administration can just ride roughshod over the entire legislature, and there's not one person down there that has got the temerity to do anything about it, to lift a finger, especially now that you've given them a ready-to-wear. You can wear this out the store. All you need to do is affix your name to it, and you can go for it. I'm going to print out a whole bunch of these and hand them out to people tomorrow over at the rally. That they're having over at the legislature, and say, if you see a senator, if one of the senators sticks their heads out of the ground, put this in front of it so that they know that they've got an opportunity to restore the power of the legislature again. It's provided for. Statutory authority is there for the legislature to do something, but it ain't happening.
Yeah, well, the inertia is very strong, and we saw that during this whole pandemic. They went for weeks without even having a session until Jim Moylan shame them into having a session by standing out in front with a sign.
Get back to work for the people, for heaven's sakes. Well, so my disappointment is that the brave and courageous members of the Republican minority over at the legislature seem to be turning down this opportunity to differentiate themselves, I suppose, from the Democratic rubber stampers that exist over in the legislature. Now, I wanted to give you an idea of what the response has been to me through back channels. Apparently, 2 of them are mad because their names were put on the list, on the sponsor list,
on the draft bill.
Yeah. Here's the deal, guys. We put that there prospectively because we figured this would be a slam dunk for you, that you would understand the strategic value of doing this. But apparently, that's not the case. So we'll go ahead and we'll just scratch the name out of anything else that we work with of those guys. I heard from one of them that he's uncomfortable with this now. Uncomfortable is a word I learned from the Bob Klitsky Tall Tales program. And he certainly intends to do something with this resolution after the election.
Yeah, well, there's no sense distinguishing yourself from the other 29 people that are running for the legislature because everybody who approaches it in a low-key manner has a much better chance of winning. Isn't that how it works?
I humbly ask.
Yeah.
I humbly ask. So there we and the other 2 I just haven't heard from in days on it. So I'm assuming that they've decided that they are going to use their legislative 10-foot poles to shove it in the other Republicans' face for them not to do anything with it. So I've been disappointed. I was kind of hoping that there'd be 1 or 2 people that lived up to my cheerleading and referring to them as courageous and brave.
As far as the 2 that are taken aback by the fact that their names would appear on a draft resolution, they probably are worried that someone might see that resolution and think that they're actually doing something.
That raises the standard. My God, we'll have to do something every month.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Listen, one other thing before I let you go, and we'll this make for interesting commentary through the course of the morning. But were you up early to watch the Senate hearing on What's-Her-Face?
I didn't watch it, but my wife did.
What'd she say?
She said, they're so hard on the nominee, and of course she said they're talking about the Affordable Care Act, and et cetera, which suggests to me that they're not thinking in terms of someone being on a court.
Mm-hmm.
They're acting as though they're campaigning for someone for office in the Congress or something like that because they're afraid of the legislation that might come out of the court if a conservative actually gets on the court, which is exactly what's wrong with the whole system. That's not supposed to be what the court is for. But the living Constitution progressives have so corrupted the court that it's now coming back to bite them.
That is an interesting viewpoint. They're concerned that they're going to get a conservative in there that will legislate from the bench the same way that many of them have in the past.
Or repeal some of the legislation that they push through, like Roe versus Wade.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all made up. It's a fairy tale. The statute should have started out with once upon a time. There's no legal basis for it. It's just a matter of the left not being able to get what it wants in the political process, and it figures it's a lot easier to persuade politicians in black robes than it is the public, because the public has more common sense than the politicians in black robes.
They're beginning to feel that. I just wish they were a little bit more vocal. Thankfully, there's a rally and a motorcade tomorrow, and we've got a couple of people. And just a note here, if you're thinking about which one to participate in, I'm with Bob Klitsky, boots on the ground. So we'll see you around 9:30ish over at the legislature. Listen, I'm going to let you run here because I got the other governor, Ken Leon Guerrero, on the line.
Okay, Ray.
All right, I'll talk to you pretty soon. His Honor Judge Bob Klitsky is going to be on, host of Tall Tales, starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon. In 9 minutes, it's going to be 7 o'clock in the morning, Fox News Live at that time. But right now, what? Where'd he go? What are you doing? He's on.
No,
two?
he dropped and he just called back on line 2.
Where's the music though? We need the music.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken Leon Guerrero. Attention subjects. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning.
We're
Have you
here.
got the graphic up?
No, did I put the graphic up? No, I did not, but I can put the graphic up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It won't happen again, Your Honor.
He has a song and a graphic?
He gets a song and a graphic.
Wow.
Well, it's no, because it's a particular kind of graphic because he was looking for details. Now I'm going to start with the one with the red border, and you can explain what that is that nobody can see, but I'll try. DPHS.
Well, I sent a FOIA to Department of Public Health and Social Services requesting the morbidity report for 18, 19, and 20 year to date, which is by month, number of people died, age, and cause. And they sent me a partial response. They didn't give me the cause. But just looking at the numbers for 2018, 19, and 2020, we see that our morbidity reports are tracking almost identical. And then when we look at the JIG reports that are coming out, we see that we've had 5 deaths out of 60 that were clearly COVID. 5 out of the 60. Everything else is underlying health issues aggravated by COVID. And that's the bigger problem right there, because for years, the politicians have been gutting GMH and public health, and this is the result that we have now. We have a population that has high incidence of chronic diseases, and people with chronic diseases are more susceptible to the COVID infection.
650. You need to put this up online. Did you already post this up on your Facebook page?
I'm just about to hit the post.
Okay,
button.
good. All right, so we are first to see this, and this is important now. 2018 through August, the death count was 671. 2019 death count. This is just regular old years without COVID-19. 696. I'll repeat that. 696 through August for last year. The total death count for Guam through August of 2020 is 701. So there's only been an additional 5 people that have passed away through August of 2020 than the year before. It's about the same, guys. This is not a mass casualty disease, guys.
And when you think back to when we had the SARS epidemic, we didn't destroy the economy. We didn't shut down tourism. We didn't send everybody home except for a few people. We studied, we practiced. I mean, at the time I was running Able Industries, we put all of our employees through safety training because we were in food service and housekeeping. So we put all of our people through safety training, and during that entire situation, we didn't have any infections among our 206 employees. And we didn't have any ripple effects as a result of running 2 food service operations and cleaning over 200 buildings in joint region. So, the plan that they have obviously is more designed to expend federal funds than it is to take care of people. And I use Mana's announcement this morning that tomorrow or Wednesday, people can get in line at 2 o'clock in the morning, and everybody in a car now needs to have a verification from the mayor that they are alive and they live in Jigo in order to get food.
That's only if they're carpooling.
Yeah, I know they're carpooling because people don't have transportation. We're running people to GEC to vote because they don't have transportation.
Yeah.
And when they call to schedule a ride, Mass Transit says we're fully booked. We can't take you anywhere. So, there's a group of volunteers.
What are we doing on mass transit during a so-called pandemic anyway?
Oh, that's another show and another topic. But the point is right here, when we look at the morbidity table, we're not seeing anything to justify this level of closure.
No.
Other than there's still $68 million that have to be spent in the next 90 days, and done so in a way to please the politically well-connected insiders to make sure they have a great year. And we got more jobs.
And a reminder, it was we got administrator assures GMH can handle rise in COVID-19 hospitalization. This story going back about a week, so I don't understand what the big deal is here, guys. We're looking at the casualty numbers; they're tracking the same as they did last year. So why don't we go ahead and open things up so that we've got Greg and Janice might be able to salvage something from 2020, and all the other businesses might be able to salvage something for 2020. It is a travesty that we're forcing people to eat outside in restaurants. There's nothing wrong with them on the inside. We can do the social distancing. We can do the mask wearing. We can wash our hands. Just let them open up to whatever capacity they can do that with their tables spread out as far as they need to be. And if you want to eat outside, you can, as opposed to you have to.
Yeah, it's just like I say, this is a solution in search of an emergency. Yes, COVID is a serious problem, but it's most serious for people who are older and have multiple comorbidities. So if we focus most of our effort on protecting that high-risk population from COVID instead of protecting all the businesses from revenue and profit, we might have a better outcome in the long run, because the federal government isn't going to drop $2.2 billion into Guam, no matter what politicians are saying as a result of the campaigning.
I got you.
Because once November 3rd comes, then all the commitments and all the chest beating stops.
And remember that applies on Guam as well.
Yeah, it applies on Guam as well. So when we're looking at the current crop of candidates, and I just watched a little bit of the session yesterday, got even more disgusted than I usually am when I'm watching these sessions. It goes back to show that we have a legislature that is working for Adelut, not working for the people. We don't have two separate branches of government there. We have one and a half.
Well, and I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be vocal about this. I think that now that includes some members of the Republican Party as well, who have an opportunity to, in the very least, make it right, an attempt to make it right, at the most, to put a period at the end of this revolving and recurrent public health emergency. But they don't want to do it because, I don't know, they're scared or something. And the question is, are you participating? You can find this at thepoint.gu. Ken, I'm going to let you run. Thanks for the call. Are you participating in the early voting? Responses are yes, seems safer, or no, waiting for an October surprise. Is it possible that somebody might distinguish themselves between here and November the 3rd? That might change my vote, that might change my mind. That's why Mon and I are sticking around and not voting just yet. Stand by now. Fox News Live here on The Point.
Brady, Fox News. Making 2 stops in battleground Ohio today, Democratic nominee Joe Biden is laying into President Trump for his handling of coronavirus, saying he doesn't know what he's doing and that we could lose another 200,000 lives.
All because this president's only worried about one thing, the stock market. He refused to follow the science.
President Trump firing back in a string of tweets and saying he has more support and enthusiasm than in 2016 as a large crowd gathers in Florida for his return to holding rallies tonight. He's also been tweeting about the start of confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett, arguing Republicans don't owe Democrats anything after the treatment of Brett Kavanaugh during his hearings. Democrats say it's reckless holding hearings for Barrett after 3 senators tested positive for COVID and that she'll vote to scrap Obamacare.
In every case, I have carefully considered the arguments presented by the parties, discussed the issues with my colleagues on the court, and done my utmost to reach the result required by the law, whatever my own preferences might be.
Judge Barrett says the Supreme Court must be independent and interpret the laws and the Constitution as written. Senator Amy Klobuchar.
This is not Donald Trump's country. This is your country.
Urging people to call their senators to protest the hearing. Thousands of people waiting in line for hours to vote in Georgia, the first day of in-person early voting in the state. There was a glitch early on in most populous Fulton County where technicians had to fix an issue with the electronic poll books used to check in voters at State Farm Arena in Atlanta. There might be a battle brewing over unofficial ballot drop boxes in California. Elections officials say they're illegal. A spokesman for the state Republican Party admits GOP ownership of those boxes. America's listening to Fox News.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Pick up dinner for you and the family at Chili's. We got you covered with a variety of delicious family platter options, like our fajita trio, Cajun chicken pasta, or our crispy chicken crispers. Or order off our new menu for you and a friend and indulge in our tasty burgers, tacos, and ribs. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Call 648-7377 or WhatsApp 929-7376 for curbside pickup orders. Or get delivery with Good to Go. Chili's, you can still savor the moments at home.
Don't disinfect your ballots. That warning from some elections officials.
With constant sanitizing for fear of catching COVID-19, it might seem like a natural habit to disinfect mail-in ballots, but officials in California warn doing so could void your vote. Sacramento County Public Information Officer Jana Haynes says hand sanitizers with a high alcohol content can smear the ink on ballots, making them unreadable. Haynes, in an email to Fox News, says a handful of voters dropped off a ruined ballot that they attempted to clean with a liquid sanitizer. Officials say the risk of exposure on a paper surface is low, and the ballot paper inside the mailer has been untouched for at least a week from the time it was stuffed and sent to your mailbox. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
The mother of Senator John McCain has died. Roberta McCain was 108. She had helped the late senator during his 2008 run for the White House, active well into her 90s. No cause of death was immediately released. Legendary second baseman Joe Morgan has died. He helped Cincinnati win back-to-back World Series titles in the 1970s. Joe Morgan was 77. He is the fifth Baseball Hall of Famer to die since late August. New closures in Britain, but only in certain areas.
Britain's Prime Minister says he doesn't want to stop people enjoying themselves.
But we must act to save lives.
With coronavirus case numbers rising here, Boris Johnson told Parliament new restrictions are coming for the worst affected regions.
In these areas, the government will set a baseline of prohibiting social mixing indoors and in private gardens and, I'm sorry to say, closing pubs and bars.
The city of Liverpool is the first to be impacted, although schools will remain open. Johnson says he's trying to avoid another sweeping lockdown, but the opposition party says he's lost control of the outbreak.
Fox's Simon Owen in London. On Wall Street, a rally, the Dow up 250 points, the NASDAQ up more than 2%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Hafa this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future. Whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community, our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumon or call 646-1463.
Top of day at 7:06. I'm Monica Silva Tyron, and here's a look at your local news on the point. 92 people have come back positive for COVID-19 in this latest round of testing. It spanned over several days, though. The numbers reported from the Joint Information Center last night. The island's total now at 3,170 since testing started in March. There are currently 921 people in active isolation with 65 folks in the hospital, 12 of those individuals in the intensive care. And this is both at the Guam Memorial Hospital and Naval Hospital, Guam. Another DOE employee has tested positive, this one from Finnegodzin Elementary School. The individual was confirmed through contact tracing. The Port Authority of Guam also reports another employee has tested positive, according to a release from the port spokeswoman. This is the 12th port employee to have tested positive. 7 employees of those 12 have already returned to work. A resident of the Global Dorm homeless shelter in Maiti has been confirmed positive for COVID-19. The woman has since been transferred to a government quarantine facility and has been in quarantine with her family since last week, Friday. We'll have more news right after this.
Half a day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
There were a couple of private businesses that reported some COVID positive cases in their organizations. Kmart was one of them. They didn't give a number of how many employees tested positive. However, they did close their operation at 11 yesterday. They'll reopen at 11 this morning. McDonald's also sent a release yesterday announcing that some of their employees tested positive. One of their stores was closed and was set for resanitization and deep cleaning. It wasn't said how many individuals at either of those establishments tested positive, and it wasn't said which McDonald's was closed as a result of a COVID positive. Well, the Chamber of Commerce will be holding a community rally tomorrow, and everyone's invited to join as they look to rally support to force the legislature, or at least ask the legislature, to do more to help the island through this economic crisis brought on by COVID-19. The Chamber of Commerce wants to tell your elected representatives to do more and not to forget the individuals or the residents here. The rally will start with a motorcade at 8:30 from the GPO in Tamuning. It'll end at Adloop, and then they'll call everyone together for a rally at the Congress building, and that will be at 9:30 in the morning. Well, senators today continue their session, but before that starts, they'll hold a virtual hearing on a bill that was introduced that would further place restrictions on the use of plastic bags here. That law is to take effect this coming January, banning the distribution of plastic shopping bags. And while the law had allowed for the continued use of recycled plastic bags and compostable bags, the legislature now wants to further restrict that and ensure that the recycled bags only be paper. The bill bans the sale or distribution of disposable carry-out bags made of plastic, including plastics made of bio-based polymers, by retail and wholesale establishments on Guam. That hearing starts at 8 o'clock this morning. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
So that's the big deal over at the legislature this morning.
Deal, aside from their session.
We're gaveling in here because we're going to have a public hearing on vital legislation, my dear people of Guam. This is it. This is the one. I mean, this is the.
They're going to save the island.
We're going to save. It'll be sustainable.
From being suffocated by plastic bags.
Will it be circular? Can it be a circular economy after that? Will it be circular too when we're all done with that? Can I throw in some more of these egghead words that you get these guys over at the academics are using? Oh, it needs to be sustainable and it's circular and it also needs to be regional. There needs to be a regional response.
This is going to end up costing. I imagine it's going to end up costing more at the stores because there's an additional cost for using paper bags.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Sure, but that's okay. They've got money. They haven't taken any days off. They've been getting paid every day while this pandemic is going on, so they can sit around the house and dream up legislation that nobody needs. This is the quick and dirty on this one here, guys. Is we need to have something to take our groceries out of the store with. And traditionally,
well, you can take it out in paper.
It's been a plastic bag, and I'm not a huge fan of plastic bags. I try to reuse them and recycle them as much as I possibly can. And so I get it. So we go to paper, and I'm happy with the paper. I'm okay with the paper. It's not like I've got a long way to go with this. It's in the car, and 2 minutes later, it's in the kitchen. So I'm okay with that. So now it's got to be a reusable paper bag, reusable paper thing.
Or paper, yeah. Carry out bags in paper.
Mandatory now.
Yeah.
Okay, then we're going to
will
charge
be
a
if it's
nickel or a
passed, and
dime?
This hasn't passed yet, so we'll see.
Does it have, has anybody blessed it with an economic impact study? Are they going to enforce? How are they going to enforce
Well,
this?
according to I don't see any sort of.
It's pointless legislation, is what it's being. Somebody's referring to this as.
There's enough. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
They're going to
8,
end up
9,
having
10 people signed on to this.
They're going to end up having to eat this one the same way they did before. Here's the quick and dirty. Here's another quick and dirty. Is there are plastic bans going on across the country because people don't take your food out of the restaurant plastic, right? And that was before. It was okay. It was palatable and it was fashionable. A few months ago when we weren't doing quite so much takeaway business. Now, can you imagine if there was any kind of a conversation about how are we going to take the food out of Pirates Cove? It needs to come in some kind of plastic or styrofoam deal. And that, what is that going to end up costing us more? They're going to ban that too.
Well, right now, it's not banned, so
it's
just plastic bags.
Could go
at
anytime.
This point.
So,
and in fact, remember when I sent Jay a box from us?
I do.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I wrapped some of the stuff in there in plastic bags. And so he goes, of everything that's in this box, the most valuable thing is the
plastic bags, right? Because you can take those. They're worth 10 cents a piece, so you don't have to use it the next time you go to the store. Anyway, 7:12 in the morning. So who are the senators that have signed off on that piece of vital legislation here that we're ignoring a pandemic for so that we can have a conversation about the environment? Who is it?
Well, the senator, plastic bag senator is Regine Bisco Lee, Sabina Flores, Paris, Amanda Shelton, Mary Torres, Joe San Augustine, Kelly Marsh.
I knew it.
Clint Rigel, Tina Rose Munya Barnes, Peter Terlahi, and Will Castro.
This is why I don't want you voting early, guys. This is because you're gonna be in one of those feel good Saturday moods, and you go, oh, I like this one here, I like that one there. Check mark, check mark, check mark. See now don't. So those of you that voted early, don't you want to take it back now? You're just going, oh crap. Oh, he's already got my vote. Don't you just want to take it back now? And you can't. It's not like you can reach in. It's not like Maria's going to let you reach in.
This is probably they want to push this one because we're coming to the end of the term. So whatever's not passed before December.
Oh boy, I can see them going the balls to the wall on this one. And some people go, well, that's not a very radio friendly phrase. It is if you're a pilot. That's what they call those little knobs.
Yeah,
that's what they call the little knobs in an airplane, in the throttle on the airplane.
Yeah.
You push them all the way up. That's the balls to the walls.
Yeah.
I feel like I have to explain everything to the window, to the wall. 7:14 in the morning. Okay, so maybe some weather before we get into Jerry Roberts, and an excellent Jerry Roberts has got he's gonna strike he's gonna hit home runs 2 times today, and I'll explain why in a second. Partly cloudy, isolated showers today. Northeast winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs are 89. Not much by way of a heat index, only 90 today. Partly cloudy, more isolated showers tonight. We've got northeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, and overnight lows are going to be 78 degrees. About the same for the next couple of days. Except they're expecting more isolated thunderstorms in the forecast. So I've got an NOAA app on my phone, and it tells me a little bit late, but it tells me when there's thunderstorms in the area. I will usually get the light, the flash, and then the thunder, and then it'll send me a notification. Hey, we've detected lightning within 5 miles of your house, Mr. Ray. How about that? And I'm going, yeah, I know. It's coming down, cats and dogs, and I'm starting to unplug stuff. Where we sunrise this morning was at 6:11. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:02. Hashtag tell the others, but no Karens. No Karens, and I want to know who it was that took the picture of people having a good time inside over at McCrouts. Who was that? It wasn't me.
Wow.
It wasn't me, but there was a whole hullabaloo about that yesterday where somebody Karened him. I was there when the cops came. I told you that the other day. I just didn't tell you where I was, but I was there when the cops came, and they weren't really paying attention to me or anybody else. They walked straight inside, and my understanding was they told Lutz to shut down the kitchen, and okay, well, that's it for dinner. And then I went down to McDonald's in Agania, and they were closed. It's a conspiracy.
There was a mole there.
And I went to KFC, and they were closed too. I'm like, hey, what's going on here? beginning to feel like the Great Depression that I didn't live through. 7:16 in the morning, that's news and weather together on the point.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs. So I'm thinking about KFC. They were, as I said, they were closed the other night. But I've made up. I've since gone in there and got another round of those KFC hot wings. Got a bunch of different flavors that you can get. But my preference is to get them naked, nude, with no additional seasoning on it. Just the spicy stuff. You dip it in that raw honey, the one that the Dennis Larson sells.
Happy birthday, Dennis Larson.
Is it today his birthday?
It is.
Oh, happy
How do we
birthday,
know this?
Dennis.
Because somebody said it
I have
here.
no idea.
They said it on our live thing right here.
I'll be darned. I was happy birthday to you, Dennis. Right on. Well, maybe I should make a big deal about the more of a big deal, but actually KFC is paying for this time. So enough about that. But if you want to, here's the deal: you go and find some of that raw and use it with your breakfast. Use it with the breakfast. You know, I was telling you about the waffles and the sausage. How about you get the waffles? Hold off on the maple syrup. We'll do some honey on that instead. A little bit of drizzle on the sausagey part of that. Might even want to do that with that country fried chicken that they've got. Find it for breakfast over at KFC here this morning.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7:18 Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. When we usually put some like businessy chat here in the program, so I figured now might be a good time to go and take a look at what happened on the markets. Is it Donald Trump green again? Yes. Dow Jones Industrial Average 250 points in the green, 28,837. Did I predict 29,000 before the election? I may predict 29,000 before the end of the week. Hey. Just one more day like today, and we're at 29K again. Not bad for Mr. Pandemic. Not bad for somebody that's supposed to be, running from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, right? We get the Nasdaq at 11,876. They picked up 296 points. S&P 500 green by 57 points to close at 35,534. Anybody see where Apple ended up? Ismail did. It's 124. They picked up 7 points here this morning. Why is that? Apple 12.
Apple 12.
Yeah, the iPhone 12.
Oh.
iPhone 12.
Now, they split, a month ago?
I don't know.
Was it a month ago they split?
Ismail, when did they split? Did they split? They did split, right? All right.
About a month ago.
Okay, so at 124.
So it's up considerably since the split.
Stop talking to me like that. Why?
Well, you said you were going to get some.
So you're judging me.
You said you're calling
me in my poor financials. I was busy. I had people in town.
You didn't.
I was doing protests.
You said.
I was waiting for Mana to finish up with the census.
He was going to get some apple.
I was waiting.
Is that what it was?
Mana was going to.
Are we going to do this for the next 10 years?
Yes, I was waiting for Mana to do the census, and then I was going to buy Apple shares, and I forgot because she never. So
it's not that I never did.
So that's the joke. When they come out, when the census people come out and say, there's 167,000 people on Guam, you say, it's 160,007, because there are 7 people living at Mana's house that didn't get counted as a result of, we're busy. We're busy people. Anyway, 20 after 7, there's a couple of other markets that we'll look at. FTSE off by 15 points because they don't have a great president. The Nikkei is off by 61 because they don't have any president. Let me see here. We got the Hang Seng up by 530 points. Not bad for those guys. Shanghai up by 86. The VIX is up by just a skosh, and the DAX is green by 87. So not a bad day on the actual trading markets now. And I gotta take a look around and see what else Apple is going to be crowing about. And then, The other reason why I haven't done anything with my investments.
Yes.
This is almost a legitimate excuse. So I am currently a Raymond James subscriber. I got a Raymond James account.
Yeah.
And the company that is doing the brokering for me has switched. They're using somebody else. And I have to fill out the paperwork, and that's occupied. It's on the kitchen table with the words "hot" on it. That's how I know it's a priority. It has the word "hot" on it, and it's been there all week. It's I'll get around to opening that up in just a few minutes. Now, on as far as the commodities are concerned, let me see. Do I want to look at gold today? Let's quickly look at gold at $1,927. They picked up $1. And if you're buying oil today, $39.54. Great price on that. It's down from $40.60. TAP is frozen right now because it's the beginning of the week at $41.44. Should get some new numbers on that tomorrow or day after. 7:22 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is in the studio, and he's already prepped and ready to go for today's extra point. As I like to, just a reminder that we've got on Tuesdays 2 Jerry Roberts. You have him in real live here in the studio, and then you can get him on the work zone in today's Guam Daily Post. And today's Guam Daily Post will recall what we hope many in the business community do tomorrow, and that is show up at the legislature, show up at the governor's office in motorcade, and get political.
Well, you can show up and do all kinds of motorcades and protests and all that. What I was talking about in the article is sitting down with workers and actually walking through the important issues of the day. And don't tell them what to do, but explain the consequences of what they do or don't do in this case. I think perhaps in the good old days, way back when I was first introduced to Guam, I think a lot of companies did talk politics in the office and in what the consequences of votes were. And, of course, in the ensuing years, that became the wrong thing to do.
Oh, it's like none of your business. Okay,
Yeah.
so take a look in your parking lot, bosses, and see if anybody has got a sticker that says "I'm in with Lou and Josh." Sit them down and explain what the consequences are, and explain to them. I'm serious. Explain to them why it is that we may have to furlough you here. We may have to lay you off the job, especially if you're somebody like Greg and Janice over at American Music, who needs to sit down with their people. And if there's somebody with a Lou and Josh sticker on the back of their car, they need to know that their decisions have created the direct result of the situation that they're in right now.
Okay, everybody needs to know, not just those with Lou and Josh stickers on their cars. What I'm saying is,
Tina too,
sit down and discuss these things with workers and explain the fact that all these issues that are swirling around, what the legislature has done, what they have not done, the importance of those things. What 8 votes that if they rescind the health mandates and the emergency health issues.
Not going to happen. All 15 of them, no guts.
I'm just saying if it happens, then it changes the tone of the conversation in this community, and it becomes more of a fact that we can all talk about things. We all come to the table, or more people at least come to the table, and different voices, and maybe we end up with different solutions. Because and I'm not, in the article today, I want to make it clear, I'm not slamming the governor, and I'm not saying that everything that she and the administration have done is wrong and all that. I mean, that's for other people to do. What I'm talking about is the fact that we need to have more voices involved. And the only way we're going to do that at this point is to rescind that health mandate, and then everybody gets to start from square one. That's the basic thing. More voices, different voices. There are other people in the community who have different ideas on how to do these things, and those voices need to be heard, and in a forum that counts. And that's what would happen if the legislature rescinds that, then basically we come to the table on a more equal basis.
What is the legislature doing this morning, Mana? What's the bill they're going to be hearing?
It's the plastic bag bill. Gosh, I forgot the number.
Yeah, so you're talking about the legislature maybe?
No, this legislature's not going to do it.
We don't. Okay. Do we have time to wait for the next one? Do we have time to wait for the next one? I mean, they're people. I got word yesterday. The Tango Theaters over at the Agana Shopping Center, they're going away. They ain't coming back. They're pulling equipment out of the place as I speak.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with you at all. What I'm saying is,
how many other businesses?
So when you say how long do we have to wait? So let's just assume that this legislature is not going to do anything. Okay. Now tell me what's going to happen between now and January to change anything. You're going to have to see the legislature that's different and they're going to have to make those decisions. Now, you can yell and scream all you want in the next 3 or 4 months, okay? But the point is, nothing legally will change until you have different senators there who will make a different decision.
Well, I'm of an opposite view because I believe that by resolution that's already been written for them by none other than Senator Bob Klitsky,
which they haven't
can do
adopted.
it. Which they can do it today.
But they haven't done it.
Well, they have to live in the same world that we do come January as well.
We'll see.
Explain the reality of lockdowns is something that Jerry writes in businesses need to get more political. The World Health Organization, the Centers for Disease Control are now both on record against lockdowns.
Yes.
The CDC has relaxed its support of quarantines. The lockdown most recently imposed in Guam hasn't yielded the desired results. Infections and fatalities have risen dramatically. So when a strategy is proven not to work and global health experts advise against it, why continue using it? Which is an interesting question. I don't know that I need to ask my employees that, but we asked the legislature, the governor's office, or the folks over at Public Health.
Because the employees are the ones that are casting ballots.
Today, they're casting ballots.
They're casting ballots today up to November 3rd. So the whole purpose of the article is have the conversations internally. Don't assume that the people who work for you understand everything the way you do. Okay?
Jerry Roberts and the Work Zone, find that in today's Guam Daily Post. And it's a fun conversation. I mean, you'll enjoy it just as much as we're having the conversation here with your employees, coworkers, and things like that. Time for today's Extra Point. Now, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
He's a comedian and loved by audiences the world over for his fun personality in front of the camera. We're talking about Steve Harvey, one of this year's speakers, along with John Maxwell on the 2020 Live to Lead. Today, we'll talk about another side of Steve, and that's next on The Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a credit card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless credit cards from First Hawaiian Bank. Visit any branch or at fhb.com/contactless to apply for a United credit card. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Steve Harvey is a comedian, author, and a host of multiple TV shows. He's also an entrepreneur with multiple business interests and has come a long way from being homeless and living in his car for a number of years. You'll see him on stage with John Maxwell during the upcoming Live to Lead. Now, here's a sample of wisdom he'll share, and I'll add a couple of comments along the way. Now, these won't be in the program that you're going to see, but here's what he's released already in other formats. Number one, Steve Harvey said, if you want to be successful, you have to jump. When you jump, I can assure you, your parachute will not open right away. But if you do not jump, your parachute will never open. If you're safe, you will never soar. Success requires a certain degree of risk. If there's no risk, there can't be much reward either. Number two, a person has to remember that the road to success is always under construction. Yeah, and when you've had success and then raise your game wanting to rise to a new level, that road will be under construction too. Guess what? That never changes. Number three, your career is what you're paid for. I love this. Your calling is what you're made for. May we all one day find out what our true calling is. Do you know what yours is? Number four, it's the wisdom of Steve Harvey. He said, the dream is free, but the hustle is sold separately. Oh, that's so good. Just 10 words there, but so much power attached to that statement. Without the hustle, the dream never comes true. Number five, he also said, your gift is something that you can do innately better than anyone else. Think about this for just a second. You do you better than anyone else could ever do you. Whatever God-given gift you've got, you do it like nobody can do it. Number six, you can't go forward and backwards at the same time. This one teaches us that if we're focused on our past and events we cannot change, then we won't be able to move ahead. Let the past be in the past and keep our attention on who we can be in the future. Number 7, the number one cause of failure in this country is the fear of failure. For the most part, our lack of success is not about something we messed up. It's that we allowed fear to hold us back from even trying. Number 8, more from Steve Harvey on fear. Your setback is just a setup for a comeback. Failure paralyzes some people. It changes how they view themselves. It's a setback. Learn from it and get set to use it as a springboard toward success. Number 9, one more on the topic. He asked a simple question. What would you do if you weren't afraid? If you had a guarantee that you would not suffer from fear, what would you do? And finally, number 10, if you are waking up with a sensation that there has got to be more in life than there is, have you felt that you can do more and be more? Steve Harvey would tell you, you can. See Steve paired up with John Maxwell for a special session during the 2020 Live to Lead. I'll give you details on that in just a moment. And that's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
7:32 in the morning. An interesting factoid here. The latest figures show that 45% of Americans have saved nothing.
Yeah.
But that's it. I want you to know that's not true in my case. In the laundry, there's a bag filled with lint. And I might be able to use that one. No, I'm serious.
You're gonna sew a sweater, Ray?
No, you go camping, and if you can't find any tinder, you pull out the lint from the dryer, and you can use that to light a fire.
Oh,
just in case, because we're all going to be living in the dark ages come January. Is one of the points that we're making here this morning about the economic disaster that is to come in January, and a point that Jerry is making in the work zone that businesses need to talk to their employees and be straight with them. Back in the day, there used to be a thing called envelope stuffing. So you get your paycheck, and there's a little piece of paper attached to the paycheck in the envelope. And it says, hey, you see that number there with the withholding tax? That's the money that we take out of your paycheck every 2 weeks to give to the government. Are you happy with what they're doing with that money? In these pandemic times, we'll tally up the number of hours you're working and say you could be working more hours in the future. But you need to know that your vote counts.
That's exactly.
And find people that think along these lines and think in terms of protecting your livelihood. It's not just, saving plastic bags and crap like that.
Do you know the percentage of companies that actually use the paycheck to stuff messages and things inside?
I have not seen it in years.
It's like zero. Okay, it just doesn't happen very much anymore, and it's great real estate. You can do a lot of things in the pay envelope, and some companies say, "Oh no, you can't do that. Oh no, we can't do those kinds of things." Yes, you can. Okay, you can use that real estate, that paycheck envelope to put a lot of things into, and you should. And you should. But don't just use that. I mean, sit down, talk to people about what is going to happen in the next couple of weeks. I mean, as far as voting, and what the consequences of their vote will be.
Simple process, and we've got at least one more pay period before the general election.
Yeah.
Could be an opportunity to take advantage of that real estate. It's 7:34 in the morning, and about time for Monica Tyron. Are you going to do the news from the actual newspaper? Or?
Yes.
Okay, I was just checking. I see you're scanning the paper.
There's a tomorrow activity from Cassidy's.
I'm
going to see how far I can get through this.
I know the answers, and they're all naughty. 7:35, and time for the 7:30 news, being brought to you by Lolita Kamet over at Remax Diamond Realty. For all of your real estate needs, give her a call, 688-6743, and Top End Pest Control. I still one of these days, I want to do a portion of the program, like once a week or something like that. Have people send me pictures of the bugs that they found at their house, and go, what is this, and can you kill it? Because I have plenty of it. Listen, you might be able to send them something at 487-5657, 487-5657. That's the number for Top End Pest Control. Now, here's the 7:30 news.
92 people have tested positive for COVID-19 in the latest round of testing. 921 people in active isolation, with 65 people in the hospital. over at the Naval Hospital and GMH, and they've got 12 people in the intensive care unit. Food distribution continues today at the Gigo Gym, the mayor's office, doing the drive-through service from 9 to noon. The mayor's office is asking if you're going to carpool, bring with you a mayor's verification to ensure the riders are from separate households. The distribution is also being done door-to-door in Tamuning. And the Department of Labor will be closing one of their satellite locations for PUA operations, but will continue to do face-to-face meetings at their Dededo and Jotnya library locations. Labor officials providing assistance for displaced workers applying for unemployment. You can still make an appointment if you need one. Call Labor, or you can call 311. The last day for service at the Agate Library will be this Friday. And the Guam Chamber of Commerce holding a community rally tomorrow. It starts with a motorcade at GPO. It will continue all the way to Adelup. And then the rally will converge over at the Guam Congress building at 9:30. The chamber wants the Guam legislature and the elected representatives to do something to help small businesses and get employees back to work. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
You mean something more than making it so that we have to use recyclable paper bags when we take care of our... All right, got it.
A little bit more.
A little bit more than that. 7:37 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back. Thank you, Joe. Be right back. Oh, goodbye.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch! That's just what we did with our new state-of-the-art mobile banking app as we celebrate 66 years of serving our island communities. It's loaded with a ton of new user-friendly features, including remote deposit capture. It's another way of saying you don't have to come to the bank to go to the bank. And if you want to come to the bank, we're happy to see your smiling face as long as you're wearing a mask. And we don't have long lines. Bank Pacific grows with branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
What are we thumbing up here?
Ron and Kim.
From over at Security Title?
Yeah.
I know those guys.
Yeah.
I know those guys. I'm sorry, a little bit slow because I woke up at 1:30 and couldn't go back to sleep dreaming of oranges. Anyway, so 7:37, 7:38 in the morning, portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. You might be going, oh, this is a fancy building they've got there. What goes on in there? Real estate magic, baby. Real estate magic. You got complex things you want to take care of. Maybe you've got a deal that you want to do, but you don't want me knowing about it. They know how to keep a secret at Security Title.
We all need to fight COVID-19, and we need all the weapons we can get to beat it. Your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools to battle this pandemic. The Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app can let you know if you've been exposed to someone who has the virus. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Is it traffic time at 7:38? Yep. All right, let me take a look at the traffic gizmo, put it up on the screen so that you can see what is going on Guam's roadways. We're heavy into drive time right about now, but still, I don't know, lockdown traffic. It's mostly intersections. Got a little bit of traffic up in Petey because that's where the construction is right now, and has been for about the last 2.5 years, something like that. Yeah, I think it goes back to the Camacho administration, doesn't it? The first one, Carlos Camacho. Let me see. I got some traffic up at the intersection of, where is that, 10 and 16. Yeah, that's up there by the 76 Circle K. You make your way into the 8, 10, and 16. That's running pretty clear right now. 10 and 15 actually looking really good. Now would be a good time to get on the back road to Anderson or off the back road to Anderson. Then we got the traffic over at the Harmon Loop Road. All right, nothing major up in the Gigo area. I think we're going to call that a quick one. Early morning and right now traffic here on The Point.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
It occurs to me as I'm watching the Facebook live feed, there's just way too much gray in the picture. The gray in my hair, the gray in my beard, the gray in my shirt, and the gray in the wall. It's just one solid color. It's a good thing I got these pale, girly arms here. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Uncle Pap's coming up in a second, but a quick call with Dave Del Sola from the Department of Labor here. I just want to say good morning. Find out if you've got if you told the guys over at FEMA about my idea of just taking the FEMA money, put it at Treasury, have Treasury send it over to the Department of Labor in the channels that already exist. Have they bought that yet?
No, they went ahead and we have the money, and we're just working on the program to get it out to the people. So I'm hoping within 1 to 2 weeks we can actually start taking care of the first 3 weeks of payments and getting it out to everybody. If everything goes smoothly and everything programs well in the system, that's the hard part, is making sure that this is a third program that is different from the PUA system payments, but it has to read it and pay it separately with separate accounts and all that fun programming tech things that they need to do. So that's being worked on as we speak, and I'm hoping that once they complete it, they put it on our test site so that we can run it through the ringer a little bit, test for fraud, try to see what we can do to help eliminate as much as possible so that we don't become liable for a high dollar amount once we start making these payments.
Right.
So,
reason I ask is I know a lot of folks out there, Dave, getting ready for Halloween, wondering if they should buy the 1.5 pound bag or the 3 pound bag at Payless.
Well, I think we should just buy the 1.5 because I don't think there'll be a lot of kids running around and knocking on doors, and unless they're all going to go as COVID patients.
I can see it. Everybody. All of a sudden, everybody's got a mask. Everybody's got a mask. 7:42. One other thing before I let you run here. Agate is now closed down. There's no more business down there
this week. This week. The traffic wasn't to justify the opening there, and the traffic up in Jotnia and Dedido is always full. So we are just going to go ahead and join forces up there where we can take care of more people. Mm-hmm. We also batched the file last night, all claims up to including August 23rd. So I'm waiting to hear from the vendor how much that batch is going to be in money. I'll let you know. But that is being processed as we speak. So hopefully by the end of this week, next week, there'll be another round of payments going out.
All right. So folks that have signed up, got something to look forward to. If you have not signed up yet, then start. You need to start making your way to the higher Guam. I mean, I know that there was a lot of people that were in the first round of the PPPs and the PUAs and the FPUCs, but I also know that there's a lot more people now that are beginning to feel a little bit of a pinch from their bosses, losing hours and in some cases losing positions. So if you have not yet, make sure your boss, when you talk to your boss today, if the boss says, well, I got to cut your hours, or hey, I got to cut your position right now, make sure they know about Higher Guam so that you might be able to go in there and make your claims against the unemployment assistance here. One last thing. Now, moving out of Agate this week, there was somebody that I think got COVID down at the Agana Library. Did that slow down any of your processes, or did you not have anybody down there?
No, we don't do Agana Library.
It's the mural, isn't it?
That didn't affect us. Yeah. We're going to have to put a mask on those. So,
I better let you go before I get you in trouble.
Yeah. All good fun. Thank you, Ray.
All right.
Always a pleasure.
Talk to you, bud. Dave Del Solo from the Department of Labor. It's 7:44 in the morning. I'm sorry, that's deep inside. I mean, you got to be like around here to understand. I have been getting a couple of comments from people. Every once in a while, I'll conclude a phone call, and people will say, well, who was that you had on the line? Now, a couple of things that go on here, and one is I just assume everybody knows what Dave Del Solo's voice sounds like. But in this particular case, I don't put his name up on the screen because I can't spell it. It's just Dave. Maybe just Dave from the Department of Labor. Now, this one here should be a little bit easier. I'll put this up on the screen so everybody knows. Not everybody is familiar with Mana and our beloved Uncle Paps. And we say good morning to him now. Good morning, Uncle Paps.
Morning, Mana. And
good morning, Uncle Paps.
Hey, Senator Mana, we got to call her Senator. You're called Senator for life. You remember, Ray, the 2010 election when Mana got elected, right, Mana?
Yes, I demand you call me Senator from now on.
Not having the honor, privilege, and pleasure of serving in the same august body, legislature as the Honorable great Bob Klitsky.
That is a fact. There is a fact.
Heretofore, you shall call me.
With Tina Rose Munya Barnes, isn't that correct?
That is absolutely
Speaker
correct.
Barnes, she's the only member of this legislature, of course, that you served with. But anyway, Ray,
that's right.
You mentioned Mass Transit, and your favorite candidate mentioned Abu Industries. You know, first of all, I wonder what your sales department
Oh,
thinks
did
about
you?
it.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You are not calling me at drive time to hammer Kenley and Guerrero. Come on, come on. No, it's old. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted.
Let him speak.
I'm exhausted.
Thank you, Senator. Anyway, you do call him Senator for life. You said, well, about mass transit. Mass transit, well, I wrote it yesterday for my medical thing. I wrote it last week for my dentist. How am I going to get there if there's no transit? They're very good. We all got to wear masks. They take your temperature right away. In fact, it's from them I learned that you can take the temperature on the wrist.
Yes.
I learned that from transit. I didn't know that other places.
You're familiar with a rectal thermometer. They're going to start using those on mass transit, too.
And no, anyway, we all wear masks, and the small ones, the vans, there's only 2 allowed in. And in the big one, the 17 passenger, I think it's only 6 that they'll allow in.
Wow.
They're very strict. It's working good. Now, Ken Leon Guerrero mentioned, like he's criticizing transit again, like he did last week, about, they're not helping. Well, first of all, there's the fixed route. When I was working for the senior program at the GCIC building, where GEC is, one of my coworkers was riding the fixed route, and he would pick up the bus at Ulali and drop off, so they could ride the fixed route and get dropped off at Ulali, which is right next to GEC, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's paratransit. Now, kid, you don't just call up and say, I want to go to election commission. No, it don't work that way. There's 120, there's an average, the latest stats, which are not old, there's about 125 of us that ride every day, and most of them are small vans. But you can make a schedule 14 days in advance. So they could call up and say, hey, I want to be picked up at this time. I'm going to GEC to vote, and I want to be picked back at this time. And they should find out from GEC how long it would take and add a cushion so they'd be ready. And they can make a schedule for 10 days from now, 8 days from now, 12 days from now. So Ken, again, he's just bad-mouthing transit. The way he sounds, doesn't know what he's talking about. And like I said, that's something I can talk about. I've written it more than, in the last 20 years, I've written it more than 6,000 times. It's probably closer to 7,000. Now, the second thing, he brought up Able Industries.
Can you be a driver?
Huh?
Can you be a driver?
No, I'm not a driver, Ray.
No,
I'm a rider.
I'm just saying, every once in a while.
I don't think I can. With my disability, if I take my foot from the gas and put it to the brake, I can do that so long, but then after that, I might have a hard time. So that's why I ride transit. I haven't driven a car in,
Well, they do 6,000 trips on transit.
But you're right
It
about the
seems to be
service.
about right.
The transit service is so reliable. In fact, it was a project under the previous administration. They had all of the cabinet members get on a bus and ride it to know what the service was like. And it was an easy, comfortable ride, and they had stops, and they were on time, and it was just such an amazing experience. I never tried the mass transit here before.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. It is. It's just that the media only likes negative news, so you get a few that complain.
I'm the biggest supporter of mass transit on Guam. I'm the only guy that calls Celine. I call him up and I tell him what a great job he's doing. He's getting new vans in there. He's got the apps. I mean, I'm a big supporter.
Today and can't visit, but the other thing.
No, and my response was based on something I saw in this morning's Pacific Daily News by Jorge Ortiz, and it says, should I use mass transit and under what conditions? It's a little Q&A. Under almost no conditions would I use mass transit, they say, unless it was a trolley in San Francisco, outdoors and standing outside. I would treat a subway car as a hot zone and would want to wear full personal protective equipment. I think it's really high risk because you have prolonged transit time and bad air circulation, but he endorses riding in cars, including ride-hailing services like Uber, with all the windows open and everybody wearing a mask. So that was why I responded as I did to the point that Ken made about mass transit.
Okay, I got the PDN in front of me and the Post in front of me, but I haven't opened it. It's even in the paper wrap. Because early in the morning, what would you rather do? Listen to Ray Gibson?
This is why I love you.
Post later on? Or read the PDN and Post and not listen to Ray Gibson. I'm listening to Ray Gibson.
No,
I can read it later on this morning.
That's why you're my beloved Uncle Paps.
Yes. And then later on, I recorded Amy Comey Barrett's testimony. I'll watch that later on in the day.
Oh, I might catch some of that as well. Listen, I appreciate your call. You have a terrific.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Able Industries. I'll make this list in a minute. He brought up Able Industries. I ask every voter now, take 2 minutes. 2 minutes is very short. You don't have to take longer. Go to Google, unless they changed it. I don't think they did. Type in Able Industries, Ken Leon Guerrero, and read it for 2 minutes. Then ask yourself, would you vote for a guy like this? Now, if he denies it, no. That's written by the same medias that made him famous. That stuff is true. It's accurate. They never retracted it. Go to Google, Voters of Guam, type in Able Industries, Ken Leon Guerrero. Take just 2 minutes to read the articles. That's probably going to take longer than 2 minutes, and you get the idea.
I got you. I'm waiting for
$95,000 a year is what the article said he was getting paid.
Yep.
Plus a free car, a cell phone, and a credit card. And he thinks senators should only get $55,000.
All right. Well, you go ahead and do the Google. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Uncle Paps.
Bye,
You
Uncle
have a
Paps.
fantastic day.
But it should be there. Thank you, Senator Mana.
Senator Mana. Did you hear that, Joe? You have to call her Senator Mana from now on.
Good morning,
bow.
Senator.
I want you to curtsy.
There's curtsying about. What do you think? This is Antelope? What do you think? Your last name is not Leon Guerrero. It's Mana Silver. Tyron. From the village. Hava?
The answer.
Oh, geez. Are we
Line
going
one.
to do this every time Paps calls? Are we going to do this every time Uncle Paps calls?
Yeah.
It's exhausting. It's exhausting, Uncle Paps. Every time you get on the radio, you call up the radio station, and then you do your thing, and then he's got to call the radio station, and he's got to do his thing as well. All right. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning.
Go ahead, Ken.
It's real interesting that Paps, like the rest of traditional media, won't do their homework, because Chris Barnett brought up the same thing when I was on the interview. And I asked him, have you gone to the court and looked at the records? He said, no, we don't have that kind of time. We can't do that level of research. I said, you don't have to look at all 900 pages. You just have to look at the last one, the decision and order from the judge.
I love that.
Which, and nobody in the media will do that. And then you have people like Paps running around thinking that, I took all this money and I traveled all around the world and everything like that. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. The truth is the federal government didn't pay Able Industries, and that was our sole source of income. And when they didn't pay, we had no choice but to close down the company. And
I think you guys just need some Inafim Malik.
Well, the whole point is, the article he's referring to is a 2013 article, 7 years ago. And over 7 years, not one single person, no one in the Calvo administration that kept bringing it up until I forced them to look at the judge's orders. And now Paps brings it up. And I'm not the one that's slamming mass transit. I love mass transit. It's just the way we're helping people is they call me up and they say they can't get an appointment to go vote. So we have some volunteers that are picking up senior citizens and people with disabilities, taking them to vote, because when they call up mass transit, they're told they're fully booked.
Because you got to do that. You got to do that 2 weeks in advance. All right, 7:54. You feel better now? So are you feeling lighter?
No one else is going to look at the reports, so I'm going to have to deal with this probably the rest of my life.
So here's the quick and dirty, Ken, is based on some of the things that I'm hearing, there's 5,300 or so people that have done their ballots over at the early voting. Now I know people that have been going through those and counting them. You're doing all right. You're doing okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But we still need to get another 5,300 between now and the next couple of weeks in, because we're looking at even Guam Election Commission, the board, they were saying they were expecting between 10 and 15,000 people to vote, which is 1 out of 8 eligible voters. Think about that. 1 out of 8 or 9 eligible voters deciding what the other 7 or 10 are going to eat for breakfast.
Yeah, that's why we consistently end up with airheads at the legislature. 7:55. Listen, I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. That Ken Leon Guerrero, a.k.a. if you're watching on the screen, not Uncle Paps. That's a different guy completely. That was Ken Leon Guerrero. The guy before him was Uncle Paps. 888-825-5888-TALK. A little bit later on in the program, we're talking with folks from the chamber who wanted another shot at your ears to remind you about the rally, the get-together that is going to be taking place tomorrow over at the. It's going to be in a couple of different places. We'll tell you about the routes and where you need to be and what time to show up, and the desired impact of these rallies? What is it that we'd like to see happen? And at this point, the one that I'm most interested in is going to be the one that takes place over at the Legislative Hall, over at what do they call it, the Congress building every once in a while?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so I want to. That's the one that I'm particularly interested in because I'd like an opportunity for the legislators to see among the people that would like to see them do something. Can you do something? Now, I want to make it clear that, it's not that I'm completely blind to the things that they are doing. In fact, there's going to be a public hearing that will take place next Tuesday, the 20th, for Bill number 382, this one by Luis Muñoz, an act to add a new section to Chapter 19, Title 10 of the GCA relative to creating the Pandemic Bill of Rights. 8 months later, we're going to have a hearing on the Pandemic Bill of Rights after countless lockdowns, countless days in lockdowns. When did they start the lockdown? Was that August the 16th?
My God, I lose track.
Yeah, it was thereabouts, and remember, they extended it another, we're going to do it on Sunday instead of...
So we're in the second month of a 2-week lockdown. Right, and then Will Castro has a measure similar in intent to the one that Chris Duenas put out. But I already told Will I like Chris Duenas's better. So could you do me a favor, just substitute it before you get to the public hearing, because Chris's is better than yours relative to the renewal of declarations of public health emergencies. Now you scoff, but I wasn't saying that to make a joke. I think Chris Duenas's is better. It is very simple, very direct, and it just makes one little change to the section of the Guam Code annotated. So it'll be a public hearing for 382 and 399. So it is not as though nothing is taking place over at the legislature.
You can present Chris's version in the public hearing and suggest amendments to that so that it can be
They're essentially the same piece of legislation, like I said, but it's just Chris's seems to be a little bit more efficient in the way that it is put together. Chris has got a little bit more experience.
Yeah.
So he's got. I think his legislation looks good. It is simple. It is direct. It is crisp, and it would do what needs to get done. But again, we could go through all of this, and so we're going to have a public hearing on these. We're already done. We're already doing the last session before the election, so nothing is going to happen with these until after the election anyway. We've got a measure now that could provide for relief for a bunch of people here on Guam today, if they could find the guts to do it. The brave and courageous members of the Republican minority could introduce this resolution, and maybe by the end of the day, if they can find just 3 other people. Just 3, I'll bet you if you guys do it, if you 5 do it, Therese will come over. And I'll bet you if Therese comes over, that could bring a couple of the other normal, commonsensical people over on the Democratic side might be able to be convinced to come over. In the very least, it would give all of the people of Guam a semblance, for better or for worse. There might be some people going, no, leave it to Lou. We're okay. I heard Cousin Troy on Candid last night talking about, well, you don't want to change horses in the middle of the stream. Please tell me this ain't the middle. Please tell me this ain't the middle. And a point that Johnny Rosario made in the program last night was, you go back 6 months, and we do need to have somebody that is ready to lock down and dial up, the restrictions and things like that to flatten the curve. But here we are. It's 8 months later, for heaven's sakes. And into what I think Tracy told me we're in the 8th week of the 2-week lockdown, this PCOR 1.5. So we've got an opportunity, but will they do anything with it? It seems to me like going over hearings on 382 and 399 are closing the gate after the chickens have run away, after your carabao, after the tziba has already run away. We're going to close the gate. 8 o'clock in the morning, KUSG, I got you 93.3. This is The Point.
Day 1 in the books. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Opening statements today as the confirmation hearing for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett began, with lawmakers on both sides making their case as the judge delivered a statement at the close of today's proceedings.
The judge laid out her judicial philosophy for members of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
The policy decisions and value judgments of government must be made by the political branches, elected by and accountable to the people. The public should not expect courts to do so, and courts should not try.
Judge Barrett's confirmation hearing is expected to be a major news event this week. Part of the intense interest, the vice presidential nominee for the Democratic ticket, Senator Kamala Harris, will question Judge Barrett.
With this nomination, equal justice under law is at stake.
On Capitol Hill, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
While his running mate attended that hearing, Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden held a town hall event for United Auto Workers in Toledo, Ohio, telling them he will govern as an American president.
I'll govern for everyone who voted for me as well as against me. We can be better than what we've seen. We can be what we are at our best, the United States of America.
He also said he would reverse the Trump tax cuts because he said they only benefited the rich and big corporations. President Trump tweeting this afternoon that Biden has always let the unions down. Today, he's beginning the first of several campaign events this week after his recovery from COVID-19. His doctor releasing a statement a short time ago that the president has tested negative for consecutive days. This evening, the president's holding a rally in the Orlando, Florida area. Wall Street at the close, the Dow gained 250, the Nasdaq up 296. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
It's time to mix things up at Subway. Come in and get Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich. Tender chicken strips topped with generous portions of sweet barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Add on crisp lettuce, onions, and tangy pickles on your favorite freshly baked bread. Perfect to satisfy just about anyone's flavor craving. It's Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich, available for limited time only, so try it today. At Subway, make it what you want.
Elections officials say disinfecting ballots is both unnecessary and could impact your vote.
With constant sanitizing for fear of catching COVID-19, it might seem like a natural habit to disinfect mail-in ballots, but officials in California warn doing so could void your vote. Sacramento County Public Information Officer Jana Haynes says hand sanitizers with a high alcohol content can smear the ink on ballots, making them unreadable. Haynes, in an email to Fox News, says a handful of voters dropped off a ruined ballot that they attempted to clean with a liquid sanitizer. Officials say the risk of exposure on a paper surface is low, and the ballot paper inside the mailer has been untouched for at least a week from the time it was stuffed and sent to your mailbox. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
A Wisconsin judge allowing the state's mask mandate to stand, rejecting a lawsuit from the group, the Wisconsin Group for Law and Liberty, and the Republican-controlled legislature, which argued that Democratic Governor Tony Evers overstepped his authority by issuing multiple emergency orders to curb the pandemic. Evers argued it was within his power to impose the requirement, saying he followed the recommendations of public health officials. A major cruise company is canceling more trips.
Carnival has decided to cancel the cruises it was hoping to operate out of Port Miami and Port Canaveral, Florida in November. Carnival was planning to sail 6 ships out of the ports. They were the only ports it expected to serve after the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention decided to extend its no-sail order until October 31st. Now Carnival says even those cruises will not be feasible. December cruises are still scheduled, though Carnival says guests have the option of canceling and receiving a full refund or a cruise and onboard credit. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
2 Stanford University professors have won the Nobel Prize in Economics for their work in making auctions run more efficiently. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Take action, Guam, and stand with the pack. Action PAC Inc. is a nonprofit political action committee formed to affect change. Action PAC has announced the 12 senatorial candidates who have committed to pushing initiatives that will help rebuild our economy and preserve jobs for our people. Visit actionpacguam.com to learn more about the 12 candidates we support. Let your voice be heard and vote with the PAC. You may be one vote, but together we have the power to make Guam better for all.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
Pick up dinner for you and the family at Chili's. We got you covered with a variety of delicious family platter options, like our fajita trio, Cajun chicken pasta, or our crispy chicken crispers. Or order off our new menu for you and a friend and indulge in our tasty burgers, tacos, and ribs. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Call 648-7377 or WhatsApp 929-7376 for curbside pickup orders. Or get delivery with Good to Go. Chili's, you can still savor the moments at home.
Well, today it's 8:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 92 people tested positive for COVID-19 in the latest round of testing. This brings the island to 3,170 since testing started in March. There are 921 people in active isolation with 65 people in the hospital, 12 of those individuals in intensive care. The Department of Education is reporting another one of their employees has tested positive, this one from Finnegodson Elementary School. The individual confirmed through contact tracing. Also, the Port Authority of Guam announced that it had another employee test positive. This brings them to 12 employees who have tested positive, 7 of whom have already returned to work. Meanwhile, a resident of the Global Dorm homeless shelter in Mighty is tested positive, and the Global Dorm is now doing a contact tracing. According to the Guam Daily Post, the woman was quarantined last week Friday at a government quarantine facility along with her family. And there was a couple of private businesses also reporting COVID positive cases. Kmart and McDonald's issuing statements yesterday after a number of their employees have tested positive. Kmart announced it would be closed for sanitization. They'll be reopened at 11 this morning. McDonald's also closed one of its restaurants for cleaning. Neither business gave details on how many of their employees tested positive. The Department of Labor's operation's been in full swing with unemployment checks being processed and applications accepted. And as the face-to-face assistance offered at public libraries has also continued, one facility will be closed this Friday. Labor officials say that they will no longer be doing face-to-face appointments at the Agate Library. However, they will continue operations at Dededo and Jotnya libraries. Anyone who's in need of service can contact the Department of Labor or 311 to make an appointment for your face-to-face. Now, Labor Director Dave De La Sola tells us they are completing another batch of claims and payments should be out by next week. This will bring them to claims filed for unemployment to August 23rd of this year. More news after this.
Howdy, folks. I'm Colonel Sanders from KFC. Allow me to introduce my new KFC hot wing flavors. I'm getting very, very hungry. Buffalo and honey barbecue. Am I dreaming? Nope, not dreaming. That's a bunch of new KFC hot wings. Try them yourself in my KFC hot wing deal with fries and a drink, or share them with the family in an 18 or 30-piece swing bucket. KFC, it's buffalo and honey barbecue finger-licking good.
Food distribution continues today at the Jigo Gym, the mayor's office, doing the drive-through service from 9 until noon. They are asking, though, if you are carpooling with other individuals, bring a mayor's verification to ensure that the riders are from separate households. This distribution is being done door-to-door as well in the village of Tamuning. And the Guam Chamber of Commerce holding a community rally this week. In fact, it's taking place tomorrow. Everyone is invited as they look to rally support to force the legislature to do more to help the island through this economic crisis brought on by COVID-19. The Chamber of Commerce will start their motorcade at 8:30 from GPO in Tamuning and head down to Adelup. And then they will rally outside of the Congress building in Agana at 9:30. And senators today continue their session, but before that will hold a virtual hearing on a bill that was introduced that would further place restrictions on plastic bags. The law is to take effect this coming January, banning the distribution of plastic shopping bags. And while the law had allowed for the continued use of recycled plastic bags, the legislature wants to further restrict that to ensure that recycled plastic bags only be paper. The bill bans the sale and or distribution of disposable carry-out bags made of plastic, including plastics made from bio-based polymers, by retail and wholesale establishments on Guam. That hearing set to take place at 8 this morning. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I'm glad they're attacking that vital environmental issue at this time here, where, you know, we've got people that are in lockdown. We got businesses that are, you know, and maybe it's a good thing that there's so many businesses that are going out of business and going under now, so they don't even have to worry about that new law when it goes into effect. Don't even have to think about it. Don't need to make the orders. Just one less thing to worry about is while there's. This is what my dad always referred to as bayoneting the survivors. When you come in there, what? There's still people alive. There's still businesses going. We've got to hit them with something else here. How about an increase in the minimum wage? You want to do that? Yes, let's do that in January. That's all we need to do. And then there won't be any businesses. Everybody will live on welfare and bow down to the government, who will be doling out the welfare checks to everybody. Maybe that's the ultimate goal. Did you want weather? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing?
Sure, here.
All right, thanks very much. Partly cloudy, Senator, with isolated showers. There's northeast winds, 5 to 15 miles an hour, highs around 89 degrees. For those of you that might be wondering why I'm referring to her as senator, number one, she was a senator. Number two, Uncle Paps Martinez says, well, she's senator for life. You need to use that title a little bit more. Okay, fine. Partly cloudy and isolated showers. There's northeast winds up to about 10 miles an hour. Lows around 78 degrees. Heat index today only about 90. And sunset tonight is going to be at 6:02. Hashtag tell the others. 8:11 in the morning. That's news and weather together on The Point.
Register now for the PBS Guam Virtual Challenge on pbsguam.org. The challenge includes 10, 20, or 50 miles. Remember to practice social distancing when walking, running, or wheeling. Download a distance tracker to accumulate miles. This challenge is made possible by our generous supporters: the Guam Daily Post, Community First Guam Credit Union, Bank Pacific, the Bank of Guam, Coast 360, Vantage Media, Cherry Media Vision, and the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
I can do that. Mesclados open for curbside service 11 to 9 every day. Call them at 646-6295 or visit their website at mesclados.com for the full menu. Also available via Grab and Grub and Good to Go deliveries. And FHP is open now during peak hour 1. You're encouraged to keep your appointment. Stringent screening and sanitizing procedures have been implemented to keep you safe. So visit FHP Our Island, your clinic.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Did you, when you went to sleep last night, did you freak out because the JIC numbers were like 92? Did you go, oh my God, 92?
Yeah.
Oy.
A little bit. Then I started to think it's not working. They're that high.
Yeah, maybe this lockdown thing's not going on. So what exactly happened over at Oktoberfest? I was there. It wasn't a big
and Janella
deal.
on the other station said that she's disappointed about the pictures.
Too bad. There's other pictures you can be disappointed in.
Yeah.
3,170 officially reported case of COVID-19 here on Guam. So let me, I do this every once in a while. I need to put it in perspective. Maria will be with you in just a second. 3,170 confirmed cases on Guam since they started keeping track back in March of 2020. Of those, 2,890 have been released. And of that, I'm sorry, of that, 2,189, sorry, I give you the wrong number, 2,189 have been released from any further COVID lists, right? That leaves 981 souls, of which 856 are, quote, stable, according to the people over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Now, you minus the one number from the other, you get 125. Well, 60 of those, sadly, are dead, leaving 65 actual working right now on the job patients. And I believe that the folks over at Guam Memorial Hospital and GRMC, if they needed to, and the skilled nursing unit, and even the Navy, if we needed to, could probably see to the health care needs of about 65 people. Don't you? Don't you? Do we need to put up Ken's deal on the numbers here? This is interesting, and he said it took him a little bit of effort to get the numbers out of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. He actually FOIA'd the number of people, the number of actual fatalities that Guam gets on a month in, month out basis. And August of 2018, where are we now? Through August, there have been 671 people that passed away in 2018. Through August in 2019, the number is 696. Through August of this year, it's 701. So, yeah, a real mass casualty event. We got an additional 5 people that have passed away. Now, all the deaths are tragedy, whether it's COVID-related or not. But I'm wondering if those additional 5, maybe they're COVID-related because they're suicides. Maybe they are people who just are living in a deficit of hope. Maybe that's why I woke up at 1:30 in the morning. Because you go, well, what's to look forward to? Where are we going to go? What's going to be this weekend? Is there 5K? No, there's no 5K. And everybody's doing races virtually. Virtual races suck. Virtual races are useless. The thrill of the agony of defeat, the thrill of victory, that comes when you got somebody that you've been chasing for 2.5 miles. All of a sudden, the finish line is in sight. That's when you get that competitive effort. That's when you get the eye of the tiger. We're gonna get that virtually. Not gonna happen, guys. Not gonna happen. And that's why you look at Strava these days. You take a look at Strava. Take a look at what the average pace is, and whatever it is. Whatever it is, the average pace is. I guarantee everybody's running slower this year than they were this time last year on the Strava. 8:17 in the morning, 888-8255. Is this Maria?
Half a day, boy.
Half a day?
Hey.
Hey.
You know, boy, I dropped my papers at business license. I still don't have it. I still don't have it.
Which business license? Across the street over at the DPW?
Oh, no, boy, business license branch. They told me I have to put in the drop box. I still don't have it, boy. You know, what I found out is that the supervisor has to look through everything before it gets approved. I'm like, why do you think you have Daphne Shibnusu as the director?
Yeah.
You know?
Wait, now hold on just a second. I want to take a look at something. If now the business licensing, I don't have it in front of me, but it's easy to find. Go to myguamtax.com on the World Wide Web and see what they can tell you about openings and closings. But you've already filled out, because there was this new paperwork. You already filled out all of the paperwork, right? Okay, and
I filled it all out.
Did you go to the one stop with everything?
My appointment is a month from now, boy.
Oh, perfect. See, now I knew that was going to be one of the things that happened. So is it a month from now to get your business license, or a month from now to go sit down with somebody over at DPW?
A month from now, boy, to see somebody to get clearance.
Yeah. No, that cannot be. That cannot be. Let me see if I can find Daphne and get some kind of response from her this morning. Maria,
Another thing.
go ahead. Go ahead, Nan.
You know, another thing, boy, that the supervisor up there, she will not let any of her workers work because they alternate. So they have like 3 people up at main branch and 3 at one stop.
Yeah.
And so that means the supervisor who's going to approve everything will only get it every other week. So my stuff is still sitting there.
So even after next month comes by, it still might be another week before somebody actually has a chance to look at it and certify it.
That's correct, boy, because I don't know what I'm going to do. I cannot live without getting my license. I need my license.
Right. Now, what kind of business are you getting into?
I try to make masks.
Oh, like PP, like. Yeah, for the PPEs, the personal protection equipment?
Yes, boy.
Huh. Okay, well, let me see what I can find out. I'm going to put you on hold. Real Joe's going to get your contact information. If we can, have somebody over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation contact you at some point, because you keep calling me boy, but I'm an old man and I have connection, and I know who to find. 8:20 in the morning, 888-825-588 TALK is the telephone number, we should have a theme for this. For this guy here, it's our public auditor, B.J. Cruz, from the Office of Public Accountability. Good morning, B.J. How you doing?
Just woke up. What's up?
What do you mean you just woke up? It is 8:20 in the morning.
I was watching the confirmation hearing last night.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to, what were your thoughts? Shelley said she got chick bullied.
Yeah, well, I watched as much as I could handle. Yes.
Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think of her.
Change the subject, or my blood pressure is going to go up.
All right. Well, the reason I'm reaching out to you is it occurred to me as I'm looking at page 2 of the Guam Daily Post today, and I don't know if you've had a chance to see it either, because you're just morning glory here. Elected officials push for more details on COVID aid spending, and Senator Therese Terlahi, fellow Democrat, just cannot seem to get any kind of straight answers out of folks over at the Department of Administration. They are asking for and receiving just very general expense categories, and there is language in statute in Public Law 35-86 that was supposed to provide all kinds of transparency and an opportunity for the legislature to see where the spend is taking place and on what it's taking place. So rather than just say, oh, we've got $15 million for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, what were the individual spend items in that category? Is that something that your performance audit might be able to fill in the blanks on?
It is what one of my performance audits is currently doing right now, and we should be issuing it right after the first of the month.
Oh, I was kind of hoping we'd get to see this before the election. Possible?
I'm not sure. We'll try. I'll try. It really the process takes time to confirm everything.
Was there not a central kind of, I don't know, oversight? I mean, normally we'd see something like this happening, and there'd be published procurement, and we'd see things happening over at Tendon Gibetnu and all of that. Is there not one repository for all of the CARES Act spending so far?
Well, it all depends on what everybody's asking about on what the CARES Act spending, because Guam, as I understand it, was in line to get anywhere up to $1.6 billion in CARES funds. The biggest portion of that was going to go to PUA, the
Public Unemployment Assistance.
That part, I think there's almost weekly news releases. At least I've seen in the papers amounts that are being released. So that is spending quite a bit. I think what the article was trying to refer to was the $118 million that was provided directly to the governor and is to be spent at her discretion.
Right.
And Public Law 3586 requires that 20 days after the end of the month in which funds are spent, there's supposed to be a report going to the Guam legislature. If one was to Google to search on the legislative website of reports that they've received pursuant to 3586, you'll find none. There has
Well,
been
as
one
Chicken Man
report.
would say, well, that is kind of interesting. So, are we in violation of the spirit of the law here? And then, even when they have sent, apparently they have sent some reports from the Department of Administration.
There were about 3 reports that were sent pursuant to. Actually, I think it was more federal reporting than it was the local reporting statute that the legislature was apprised of the expenditures from that fund. But though in March, before 3586 was passed, or soon after the CARES Act was passed, the governor was notified that she had $118 million to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that they sent out that early budget, a list of how they were going to spend the
Yeah, the $600 laptop protectors and all of the there was a whole laundry list of things that the media went nuts on. Yeah.
Yes. And so as a consequence, we were asked to do an audit. So we've been trying to do the audit, and being in lockdown for so long and then open and then lockdown, though my auditors have been working remotely, trying to get Zoom meetings with people has been difficult, and so the preparation for the audit has taken a little longer than it should have, and also the auditors that were doing the report were busy trying to turn out the other audits.
Right.
My staff is really small, and everything that is released by the office has to involve 4 individuals. My management team, my auditors, 3s, and accountability auditor 3s, and these individuals both are overseeing the audits as they're written. Then once they're written, one of them that's not involved in the audit has to do the QAR, and another one that wasn't the QAR or the one in charge has to do the cold read before it can be released. And so since there's only 4 of them, it gets tight trying to get things out. But they have.
Well, you're not the sole. You're not the be all end all. The be all end all is supposed to be the Department of Administration in compliance with 3586. Is it not?
Yeah, but us doing the audit on this one and trying to get the information, we can't just publish, and I can't just say things without being able to back it up. I can back up to the fact that you can search the legislative website of messages and communications, and you will not find a 3586 report having been filed by the administration.
Yeah. Therese, this morning.
There are other reports that have gone in, but the monthly report has not.
Right.
That much I can say about. And I can also say that from the reports that are public, that the entire amount hasn't been spent. I don't think even half the 118 has actually been purchased, as it were, or expended.
That doesn't sound like what our usual standards. We should have been able to blow right through that money for as many things as maybe CARES Act funds could have been used for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, as well as Guam Memorial Hospital. I was alarmed by that on one of the previous reports that had come out that said that between GMH and DPHSS they had not received anything more than about $27 million, and yet there were much higher amounts being spent in other parts of the government that I didn't think had much to do with public health and social services or public health and medicine in general.
Well, what's happening in my office is that we're going to do a two-part audit. The first one that's coming out real soon is compliance with the reporting statute, and then, in as much as most of the money has not been spent, the second one, when we start that probably sometime later on next month, is going to look at the expenditures themselves and whether or not they complied with statute. I mean, with the CARES Act.
Right. Well, they were supposed to.
Because as you remember, just
they were supposed to hire somebody.
Yeah, and they've been trying, and no one wants to have the position.
There's a first. We got money floating around, and we've got people arguably that might have some kind of expertise in something like this. Maybe a couple of the eggheads over at the University of Guam. There's a question from one of the listeners here this morning, or with a thought from one of the listeners from Rick. Says 2 new quote financial experts were recently hired by Gura. If they can hire, then why the same should be extended to the OPA, especially under current circumstances.
Well, if my budget had been increased, but remember when the budgets were all very tight.
With Gura, these would be federal funds, right?
Pardon?
So they would be federal funds. I would save that for another audit in the process. I just wanted to. I'm trying to get to heads or tails on what's happening with the spend here from all of these CARES Act dollars. $66 million they say will be spent by December the 31st, but it doesn't sound like there's anybody that's keeping an eye on exactly what's going on. We should be able to. I would think we should be able to go someplace on the web and see what was bought. What I buy.
Yes, we're going to have a report on that. There should have been monthly reports from the administration pursuant to 3586. But in as much as there hasn't been yet, we're going to be doing an audit to check all the expenditures that were made.
I can hardly wait. Because I'm sure it will be interesting to see what kind of exorbitant rates the taxpayers have and people with access to the CARES dollars have been treated to around here, as opposed to where, like I said, I think at DPHSS and Guam Memorial Hospital, the skilled nursing unit, et cetera, I think that's where the majority of the spend probably should be gone. But it seems to me that there have been other bureaucratic overreaches into the funds. But I'll wait until the performance audit.
It's changed, and not in defense of anybody, but the original 118 budget that everybody saw, things have changed. The legislature passed a new one. Remember Senator Amanda Shelton's other $500 per person expenditure, SOLEPI, something or other.
Yeah,
some money to assist. And then just last week I saw, and it wasn't even in the audit, the initial audits that we saw, but then they announced that they were going to start handing out $10,000 in bereavement.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of interesting way to handle those funds, and kind of curious as to see what the rules are on that and how many people will we be able to take care of with these dollars. I think we'd be up to about $650,000 worth of spend on that one by now. 8:33. BJ, I'm going to let you go. I'd love to talk to you about the mayor's council deal, but as I understand it, you were actually technically a part of the conversation, so would need to necessarily recuse yourself, right?
Well, I haven't had a chance to talk to my staff. I was recused from the preparation of the audit.
Right.
And it was so strict that I did not get a chance to even see it.
Oh, okay, I understand now. Well, in that case,
morning.
All right. Well, in that case, go ahead and take a look at it, and then get back to me.
No, I read it Sunday morning, and I just need to meet with the auditors to discuss their findings before I say anything. I mean, I read it and I understand what's in it, but I need to hear some of the backstory in order to be able to talk.
Well, let's see
So
if
I wasn't. They were very, very careful about making sure that I was nowhere near that.
Right, nice bamboo curtains you got there. Question though. I mean, if the Mayor's Council of Guam isn't going to be doing the liberation festivities in the form that they have been, what do we need the Mayor's Council for again?
I mean, for the villages. But the one thing that I will say, even without having discussed with my staff, just from my reading, is I really it really chafes me every time people say, "Well, that's not government funds. You have no business. You have no business insisting that it go through the procurement statute, or that they should be audited by you."
Why wouldn't it be audited by you?
Well, yeah, that's what I say.
I mean, it doesn't just pass through into nothingness. And if we've got people in the government of Guam that are directing purchases and directing spend, regardless of the source of the funds, it seems to me that there should be some kind of oversight on that to ensure that the beneficiaries of that, i.e., the people that go to the parade, the people that go to the carnival, the people we fly in and out, the people that we rent the tents from, are getting the best possible deal.
Yes. And also the fact that I really do think at some point there has to be a discussion about the receipt of solicitations by the government, because people don't seem to realize that businesses don't turn over $25,000 to you just because you're you. They turn over $25,000 in donations because they know that you are and can do certain things for them at some later date.
I've heard. Well, we'll save the rest of the conversation for another time. BJ Cruz, Public Auditor, appreciate your time, and look forward to seeing the performance audit of what's happening with all of these CARES money and the CARES spend, and find out who around here is getting, as you say, people don't just hand over money just cause. You know, they think there might be a little bit of a quid pro quo a little bit later on, and I'm wondering if there's quid pro quo in some of these CARES procurement. You can answer those questions next month. I'll talk to you.
Okay.
All right, buddy. 888-825-5888-TALK. Public Auditor BJ Cruz. I know. I'll never get him to be as excited and excitable as I am, but trust me, he's very, very passionate about what goes on there. Montecito Tyrone with the last look at headline news coming up next.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch! That's just what we did with our new state-of-the-art mobile banking app as we celebrate 66 years of serving our island communities. It's loaded with a ton of new user-friendly features, including remote deposit capture. It's another way of saying you don't have to come to the bank to go to the bank. And if you want to come to the bank, we're happy to see your smiling face as long as you're wearing a mask. And we don't have long lines. Bank Pacific Rosebud branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
It's a groovy way to go. The Ray Gibson Show, 93.3 The Point. Wow, what a morning. What a time. Senator Montecito Tyron, according to Uncle Paps.
Yes, my loyal subject.
Wait, do I get to get
you
on the
didn't curtsy.
I got to get on the
It's not
the
official until you curtsy.
Rick Tenorio. Ray. Some folks would like to refer to that as a kickback, LOL. I know. Thank goodness we've got a public auditor watching all of that stuff. Now with a kind of a running recap of what we've...
I was going to send you something. But
Really? Was it? Would I enjoy it?
Yeah, it's a picture of Madonna. I got it from Yahoo.com.
Oh, I'd seen. I think I saw a Twitter of
she
her.
She doesn't look like a virgin anymore.
The three faces of Madonna or something like that. You know, they call her Madonna the Great because she's like the oldest one in like the gay dance music business anymore. So that's kind of their name. It's either that they call
Madonna
Elton John
the
Gray. No, Gray.
Gray.
Yeah, like Gandalf the Grey on.
I never heard it.
Because she's an elder statesman now in the world
and you
of music.
When you see her too.
She's like that. It's 8:39 in the morning. Montecito Tyron with our last look at headline news.
Well, the Guam Department of Labor is completing another batch of unemployment claims, and those payments should be out by next week, says Director Dave Della Sola, he told us this morning that'll bring them to the claims that were filed up to August 23rd. They are burning the midnight oil, and they have their satellite locations at the various village libraries. They will continue Jonya and Dededo. However, the Agate location will shut down on Friday. 92 people tested positive for COVID-19 in the latest round of testing. There are 921 people in active isolation, 65 people in the hospital, with 12 of them in the intensive care. And food distribution continues in the villages throughout the week. Today and tomorrow, they'll be in Jigo and in Tamuning. The Jigo distribution starts at 9. It'll continue till noon. Whatever's left over in Jigo, they'll disperse in a door-to-door fashion. And in Tamuning, they are also doing door-to-door deliveries. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Yeah, and so I put up the picture of Madonna, and I'm looking for another picture of
different.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, when you compare that with other images from Madonna, I called up a Google image file, so let me see if I can get that up on the screen so people can see. That's Madonna now, and if you hold on a second, let me put in a new thing, and then we'll get Madonna today, or Madonna from back in the day.
That's
right?
the Madonna I know right there.
Right. With the Madonna, and we used to go over to that.
No, but even before the Virgin,
Mhm.
like a Virgin image, it was the Borderline. It was kind of like her first album. Remember when she was very fluorescent?
Yeah. Well, shots like this where she's got the bangles all over her arms and legs and everything. She looked like she walked out of heaven. You remember the store I went over by Mad Mel's? That was the Madonna that I know and love. And Julie's like that, but not with the one that we've got now. Anyway, 19 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. That's news and headlines and things like that. Coming up, we're going to talk about motorcades and rallies starting tomorrow.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile Team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile Team.
They make smiles happen.
Take action, Guam, and stand with the pack. Action PAC Inc. is a nonprofit political action committee formed to effect change. Action PAC has announced the 12 senatorial candidates who have committed to pushing initiatives that will help rebuild our economy and preserve jobs for our people. Visit actionpacguam.com to learn more about the 12 candidates we support. Let your voice be heard and vote with the PAC. You may be one vote, but together we have the power to make Guam better for all.
When you're a Bank of Guam customer, your services aren't limited to the walls of their branches. With their online banking, mobile app, ATM network, and voice banking, you can bank anywhere, anytime. Check your balances, transfer funds, pay bills, and so much more. When you can do all that, it's like having the island's friendliest bank right in your home. Visit bankofguam.com to learn all the ways they continue to serve you. We're in this together, stronger than ever. Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
17 away. What is 17 away from the top of the. I'm sorry. So 1:30 in the morning. Woke up and could not go back to sleep. So they say, right? They say that if you're like cruising around on just a few hours of sleep, it is the same as drunk driving. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Let's test it. Let's test the science behind all of that. 8:43 in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number here in the studio. And let me see if I can get all of the right images up on the right screens here this morning as we move into the next segment of the program. Catherine Castro from the Guam Chamber of Commerce on the line this morning. Nice to see you.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you for having us.
There's that voice. There is that voice. We were talking about how great Madonna sounded back in the old days, and she sounds great here today. Now, also speaking of sounding great, let me see if I can get all the right people on the program this morning. I've got Carol Regan. Is that right?
Reagan.
Carol Regan from Avajava.
Yep.
All right, I got that part right, so I'm happy to hear about that. And I'm a fairly caffeinated individual right now, but if things are going good, and if you've got any just plain old Lavazza house coffee laying around, just you're not doing anything with it, and it's already ground, you just send it over in my direction, and I'll be happy to take that off your hand. Also joining us on the program is Janice Sablon, and she and her husband are on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post. Headline reads, "It feels like we've been ignored." Good morning, Janice.
Good morning, Ray.
A delight to have all three of you on the phone with me. Now, the gist of the conversation that we're going to be having now is the idea that there is going to be a couple of different ways that we are going to be rallying and I'm going to say protesting tomorrow. We'll get to Catherine to talk about that first. We'll start with the basics. There is going to be a unity rally tomorrow.
That's correct. It's going to be start time is at 9 o'clock, but we'd like to have everybody at 8:30 at the Guam Premier Outlets on the bestseller side where the parking lots are.
Mhm.
And we will just motorcade down into through Tumuning, Agatna, and Adelup, and we will disperse at the Adelup intersection. And if you so desire, you could join us at the Guam Congress Building.
Okay,
where
that's
we will stand.
Will
together.
be the last stop. Is
Yes,
okay.
that's
So the motorcade GPO will go over to Adelup, honk the horn, say hello. A couple of people. Are they going to let you? Do you know if they're going to let you on to actual Adelup? Because in the past, as I've been a part of a couple of protests over at Adelup, they don't like you in the compound. That's only for Democrat functions, by the way. I'm serious. You're laughing, but you know I'm right. If you were having a Democratic, fundraiser or signature thing or whatever, you can do that in there. But if you're going to go and just try to get the attention of the governor, there will be SWAT guys, there will be Department of Agriculture guys, there will be traffic control guys through there. So we're not allowed to go in the roundabout, huh?
No.
Okay. All right. So we'll get up there and just everybody hang a U and then come back
Right,
towards
so,
the legislature.
So we're actually asking everybody to go up the hill.
Snake Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. So we'll
so
go.
that we don't cause any traffic jams.
We'll go into the Maina area and get all of that stuff done. Carol, if you don't mind, tell me a little bit about how you got involved in this community rally.
Oh, they're just doing a lot of issues that have to be brought up, that have to be addressed to the governor.
Oh, let's go. I've got nowhere to be until at least 10 o'clock this morning, so take your time and feel free to elaborate.
Okay. First off, when she's announcing PCOR 1 or any new PCOR anything, it's always all businesses are going to close tomorrow. We'll give you more details tomorrow. And it's like we're not an office where we just go in and turn on the lights. We have to place orders. We have vendors to call. We have to do food prep. We have a lot of things going on, and we don't have that kind of time. It's, I'll tell you tomorrow at noon. My staff is asking me, "Are we open?" I say, "I don't know.
We're working.
We're not getting enough information."
Your wholesalers call up. Are you going to take in the order today? Can we send a delivery guy? And you go, "I don't know. I don't want to be sitting on inventory."
Yeah, I don't know. Things spoil. You can't order things if you're not going to sell them. And things like that. And when she put up the roadblocks, it's like the roadblocks in the morning. Seriously, you look at all the people that were stuck in the roadblocks. There are all these people who are working. They're going to work. There were GPA trucks. There were military trucks. There were people in their cars going shopping, running out for supplies. And just it's just why? Why? There's so many whys. Why are we doing this?
I ask that question on a daily basis here. We have 62 people in Guam Memorial Hospital, 10 of them in ICU, 3 folks over at Navy Hospital, and none in the ICU at that location there. And the question is, did we not flatten the curve back in April, May? Did we not flatten the curve enough there so that our hospital could handle 60 people?
Yeah, and that person you were talking to this morning, we're only 5 more people than the normal death rate.
And I would attribute that to the suicides. 15 suicides, June, July, August, 5 a month. So you could almost make the attribution that the increase has nothing to do with the COVID-19 as much as it does the unnecessary stress on this community. People need to have some hope, and I don't think we're getting any kind of hope. Another example of the kind of gotcha mentality that they've got is the people in the daycare business were given 12 hours, 24 hours. Okay, you can open again. Oh, really? Now all the moms and dads are calling to get their kids re-enrolled into the daycares. And these guys don't know anything about it, and they've got to hurry up, move their infrastructure so they can start taking these guys.
Staff. What about their staffing? They've already laid off their staff. Where are they going to get them again?
I had, oh my God, Carol, I had exactly the same problem. I had some work that was getting done, and I reached out to a guy, John. John said, no problem, I'll be right there. And then we got PCOR 1. I'm like, dude, are you still going to be able to do the work? He says, I had to let all my guys go. So it'll take time for me to go find them. In the meantime, they may have gotten other jobs. That are out there. Carol, you forgive me. I generally get my coffee. I make my own coffee for work in the morning from Folger. So I don't know. Tell me about your locations. How many of them do you still have cranking? Because I know that you were generally an indoor Abba Java.
Yeah, I only had one location ever. I used to be at a Agana shopping center where Yogurtland is now.
I gotcha.
Then I moved over to behind the Agana post office after the Typhoon Pongson. So I've been around for 25 years already. 25 years.
Okay, now I know exactly where you're talking about. I'm trying to decide. Every once in a while, it'll be that certain time at Agana, and I'll go, do I want beer or do I want coffee? And now I can get them in literally the same 20 feet. Guess which usually wins, Carol. But so tell me your experience with this P Corps. Have you had to let people go? Are you open at all? What are you set up for to-go orders all the time?
Yeah, we're open. I had to cut staff like crazy. Our sales went down with the first P Corps. It went down to 25%. It was really bad. And then I cut my staff like crazy. I ended up working all by myself in the afternoons, just send everybody else home, we've got to cut everywhere. Cut Sundays, because Sundays were never that great for us. Okay, cut that. Certain things on the menu that aren't selling that well, okay, cut those. Just really tighten everything, tighten the budget, tighten everything, staffing, tighten ordering, tighten everything.
Well, but the fact that you're surviving, I got to give it kudos to you. There have been, Carol, since the COVID, I want to say two of your competitors have left the downtown Hagåtña area.
Yeah, they're closed.
John's Place and Jay's.
Yeah, I'm lucky in that I've been around a long time. I've got a real loyal following of customers. Thank God for my customers. I love them. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well.
They come in and say, hey, we're here supporting you. I just thank you so much. We really need it.
Well, I hope that people continue that have jobs will be able to continue to support you. But unfortunately, as we see now, there is a domino effect that's taking place. The hospitality, the airplanes don't fly. The hospitality industry is, for all intents and purposes, shut down unless they're one of the lucky facilities that are getting COVID people in the quarantines. And all of the businesses that used to cater to all of the thousands of employees in the hospitality industry, because they're not working, you can't work as much on top of the restrictions that are being applied by the Department of Public Health and Secret Service.
Yep, and then a lot of people are working from home, so they're not going out. It's getting tough. And then when they started the P Corps one all over again, it's like, oh, here we go. We were doing better. Everything was getting better. And then all of a sudden, boom, here we go again.
Yep.
Back down to 25%. And it's like, oh, gosh, it's hell.
Well, you obviously you're not alone, and the fact that you are remaining open and are able to continue it is amazing to me. I know many businesses that said, if I open up with this 25%, or if I open up with the only eat outside, that means that only means I lose money faster. Right now, if I'm closed, I'm losing this much money a day. But if I open under these conditions that are being arbitrarily and capriciously set by public health and the governor's office, they lose money at lightning speed, because now you've got all the people in there, all the new sanitization procedures, all of the things that you've got to do as a retail food and coffee outlet that you've got to be living with. You've definitely got my attention on this. So you're gonna be at the rally tomorrow? You're gonna walk across the way to the legislature?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
This is what I think I'm going to do. I haven't decided 100% yet, but I may leave the program at 9 o'clock tomorrow and jump to network programming a little bit early. Yeah, I might leave the program early tomorrow because I want to be with you guys tomorrow at the legislature. What do you want the legislature to do, Carol? What is it that you're thinking about that they could do something that would meaningful today that would actually help you?
I would like them to listen to the chamber and business people, because they don't seem to have a very good business sense or a business advisor. The way that they're running things, they're not taking care of our small businesses. They're really just doing things like like they're the office, turn the lights on and here we're open. It doesn't work that way with most businesses.
Yeah, a lot of these people peaked in what is it, Youth Congress. So this is the problem. Outside of a handful of people, we're just not electing folks that understand the way business works and the way business drives things around here. For heaven's sakes, they started, I think, a public hearing over at the legislature. They're talking about paper and plastic bags again in the middle of this of all of this nonsense. We got 30,000 plus people that are unemployed or underemployed. But now's a good time to talk about plastic bags and paper bags, right? There's your priorities. Carol. Let me get back to Catherine here and just ask this question. Carol Reagan from Hava Java. What is it that we want from the legislature? I mean, I've got a good idea. I think I had senator and judge and lawyer and former legal counsel over at the legislature draft a resolution that would allow the legislature, with their all existing statutory authority, to turn off the public health emergency. So that Carol and Janice, and we'll talk with Janice in just a couple of seconds, so that they would be able to go back to work right away, no restrictions, other than the common sense. Wash your hands, wear a mask when you come in the store, and socially distance. Those things, I think everybody understands, are what we need to do to move forward. But restricting businesses to the number of people that can get in there, curbside business for retail agents and things like by appointment, forget about it. It's not the way that we're going to continue to move forward with a healthy economy. The legislature can do it today. We've written the language. All they need to do is introduce it and find 8 people. And it's veto proof. It's not like the governor can look at it and go, well, I disagree and veto it. The legislature, our representatives will have spoken through this resolution. But so far, they're not doing that, Catherine.
Well, we've seen a lot of things that they haven't done, right? We've asked them since January or February, we saw this coming, and we said, hey, can you roll back the BPT? Hey, can you hold off on the minimum wage?
Right.
Hey, can you put a moratorium on those increase of the real estate tax? Hey, I mean, just all of these different
I remember
things
having people sit in the chair that you're sitting in. This, what we've got some ideas that might actually help the bar community survive. Some common sense and timely changes to the ABC rules and regulations. And I got crickets on that one too.
Right. I mean, there's like maybe 1 or 2 people, but if you've only got 1 or 2 people and everybody else is not wanting or not interested or anything like that, and then that's the reason why, we have the PAC, right? And so we're asking everybody, putting on my PAC hat on, right? We're saying, hey, look, we asked senatorial candidates and we said, these are the 5 initiatives that the PAC espouses. Will you support these 5 initiatives, right? And so there's 12 candidates that said that they would do it. And so we're asking everybody, hey, if we want to have a change, we need to make that change. We need to go out and vote, honestly, right? We need to, if you're not registered to vote, please register to vote. And if you, and there's early voting, my goodness.
Well, the election has started, and people have got to realize that the election around here it started a few weeks ago, 5,300 plus, and I don't know what the number is going to end up to be. We're probably pretty close to about 6,000 early voters already in just the last couple of days. So the election has already started. Now I'm looking because I cannot find it on the Facebook, but who are in your action pack? Who are the individuals that you are looking to seat in the 36th Guam legislature? Do you remember the dozen or so off the top of your head?
12, right? So Tony Atta.
Right?
Ananich. I'm trying to go by alphabetical order.
That's the way they are, right?
Frank Blas Jr.
Chris Duenas.
Who
are the incumbents?
Michelle
we got
Armento.
We got Therese Terlias in there, right?
Right.
And
Therese,
Jimmy Moylan.
Jim and Tello.
And
Mary.
Okay, so here's now 3 of the people that you've mentioned here have got their name on this resolution. It's already on the resolution, and they haven't done anything with this. So I would suggest that the action pack put some fire on those individuals to move forward with this. 2 of them are mad because their names are on it. The other one doesn't want to wait until wants to wait until after the election. This is something that needs to happen now for Carol and Janice and everybody else. I think the idea that we're going to wait a little bit longer and give the governor another month to arbitrarily and capriciously come out with different rules and regulations on how we're going to move forward. Can you imagine what the hell to pay is going to be for Lutz and McCrouts for having the temerity to fire up the kitchen on Oktoberfest?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Good morning, Janice.
Good morning.
How's my favorite drummer's wife?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. We're really hanging in there.
Well, I was going to say by your fingernails. Now, I read a little bit of the story that's on the front page of the Guam Daily Post, and the headline, "It feels like we've been ignored." I know you're speaking for yourselves on this, but I think that resonates with all of the small businesses here on Guam that are going, "Wow, this isn't what I signed up for. Why are you doing this to me and my business license and the monies that I put at risk?" You know people, Janice, and I know people that have been in business on Guam for 30 years, 35 years, 40 years in some cases, and now in the short space of this year, and it doesn't have anything to do with the breakdown in the hospitality industry. It has everything to do with the fact that their customers are locked down, are now facing for the first time the notion that they might need to close their business.
That's right. Yeah. So, I mean, the word unprecedented is not my favorite, but I mean, the realities of what's been happening this year are really hitting hard now that we're heading into this fourth quarter of the year. And so
This was wait, no, I got to underscore this because you people are real. You're real retail. I come from real retail. This is the time of year where you might have lost money all year long. January, February, March, April, May. You talk to the business people over at the bank, and they cover everything. You talk to your landlords. You scrimp and save on utilities and all of this other stuff. You order from people. You're making deals all left and right because here it comes the fourth quarter of the year, and this is where everybody's going to buy a ukulele. I'm going to upgrade my guitar. I need new speakers. I need a new strap. There's kids that are going to be discovering the joy of playing the drums and keeping their parents awake all night long. But maybe not this year because of the COVID-19.
Yeah. That's right. I mean, the realities. I just don't think. I mean, because there's so much pool of money floating through here and stimulus money. I think two really, really difficult things that we're going to have to contend with. I mean, this is just, hard realities is one, that money is not going to be here forever. And in the midst of this pandemic, we have trained a population that we have been touting buy local for all these years. Mm-hmm. We have trained them to now not buy local. And so people are comfortable to go on Amazon and order. I mean, we're seeing the sad truth of that from our perspective, from our business is, we were locked down, and so they weren't able to get stuff from us, but people were buying things. They were trying to buy things for their mental health. They were out paddling. They were skateboarding. They were doing all these great things that made them feel good in the midst of chaos.
Yes.
They were playing music and all this stuff. But unfortunately, they're buying a lot of things from off-island sources, and then now that we're open partially, they're bringing them to us because they were broken in transition. So, I mean, lots of negative things have happened through this, but you're absolutely right about this end of the quarter being the end of the year being the quarter in which we make or break us. And I know there are so many businesses that are literally just at that brink of saying, okay, am I going to keep my doors open or not? And the reality is that after December, I think we're going to see a lot of businesses make that call on it. I don't think it's going to look good, especially because we're not just dealing with, how we've done this past year, but we're looking forward and we're trying to lean on leadership that we can be confident in to make good choices, to communicate with the community well, to make a pathway forward and a plan that we can kind of hang on to and say, okay, this will make sense for us to bite the bullet and stay open because this is not going to be forever, but not if we're going to be sinking into the red and our houses are taken away and things like that. So I feel like right now we're at a point of time in not just this whole narrative, the whole narrative so far in the communication or lack of communication strategy from leadership has been really, to me, it's just been fear mongering. I mean, we're talking about the words using data and using science in order to make these decisions. I don't think we have. I mean, I'm a logical person. I can look at data myself. One, we're not getting proper data from public health. Unfortunately, I know they're working hard, but we're not getting information to make wise decisions. Only now is a little bit of data about how transmission's happening and things like that trickling out. So for us as business people, if we know we're not going to be getting good information to make decisions,
right.
It hasn't been coming out lately. There's no strategy to do so. We're just kind of behind the ball every time. Now we're knowing, more transmissions happening in the workplace. Well, where was the communication strategy for business people prior to opening? I have not seen any of this. I knew when businesses started opening, there's going to be an issue with people taking lunch together and smoke breaks. There has been no strategy to communicate to businesses. I mean, me as a business person, I'm dealing with my own staff on that, and I have a tiny little staff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a big staff, you may not be dealing with all the nuanced changes in your business as you reopen. So, we're going to be at the mercy of all kinds of different bits and pieces floating around where numbers are driving up. That's just the nature of a virus. But we're being told a narrative of fear and, lock yourself up. If I'm a healthy person, I don't have comorbidities.
Mm-hmm.
I want to open my business and I want to work, and I want to take care of customers that come in, that make the decision to come to my business.
Oh my, how dare you?
I know.
Oh my. Wow, don't you care about the old and the sick and the old and sick?
Exactly. See, that's the narrative that I feel is it's just so not helpful right now.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I mean, I care for my in-laws. They're in their 80s. I'm going to do all the things that I need to do. I'm going to social distance from them. I'm going to wear my mask around them. I wash my hands all the time. See, I know exactly 3 things that are going to make the difference when I take care of them and I take care of my kids that are home. If we're going to be just talking about let's just shut everything down and, not have this conversation about how transmission is actually happening. If nurses and doctors are getting sick, if we look at the data, why aren't we told how they got sick? I mean, they're caring for sick people, but sometimes that transmission is happening in a break room when they let their guard down, as we keep saying.
Could be. Well, and the other part of this, and I have to underscore this, is we're talking about a disease that is not a mass casualty disease. We were sold by Dr. Felix Cabrera and the governor's office and all kinds of other eggheads that we would have run out of beds and we would have run out of places to stash the bodies of all the people that were going to die from this disease. And as we pointed out a couple of times already this morning, the numbers just aren't tracking in that direction. We are on track to have about the same number of fatalities this year as we did last year. Factor in the number of suicides in there, and that might be what's actually pushing us over the edge on what's going on with the fatalities and the casualties of this coronavirus. As I pointed out a couple of times, yeah, it's a scary number: 3,170 people, 92 people. But just to kind of whisper, over a 3-day period. Nice bill over a 3-day period. But at the end of it all, 65 people in Guam Memorial Hospital, and I think Lillian Posada says all the people that she needs to take care of that. One of the points that I want to underscore here is the lack of a plan. There was originally a plan. What's his name? Robert Hernandez over at Ricky Hernandez. He was over at Gita, and then they moved him over to the airport. Mm-hmm. And he had what looked like a pretty good plan. And I haven't seen or heard of it since. It seems to me that we're just, from one day to the next, somebody is looking at the numbers, and depending on who has an inkling about what to do next, that's what we end up doing. We know that they aren't paying any attention to the physician advisory group, because the physician advisory group did not recommend putting people in, especially returning residents, in government quarantine. But they went in a completely other direction. The CDC, who we were told they listened to, has said that there shouldn't be a quarantine, yet we're still quarantining people. The WHO over the weekend came out and said lockdowns aren't the way, only making poor people poor. It's going to make things worse before it makes things better. But here we are. It's going to be Wednesday here pretty soon, rally day, and there's still nothing happening. So I'd like to see a return to a legitimate, workable plan, similar to what they have in Hawaii. And I think the only problem is they haven't figured out how to cut and paste the one from Hawaii. Make the necessary changes to make it look like it was all our idea, and then publish it. Maybe by Friday. Now you and Carol, you both. There's different audiences and different people. I had this conversation, Janice, with Phil over at the venue, and Carol, I'm going to bring you back into the conversation because every business has other businesses that it works with. Yeah. You've got your wholesalers and your customers, Janice, are not necessarily just musicians in some cases, but people playing a ukulele in their backyard. But what about all the gig workers? Well, I want to go back to the venue and dance on a Friday night, even though nobody wants to see me dance on a Friday night over at the venue. I'd like to see that happen again. The bands aren't playing.
That's right. From our business perspective, our customer base has typically been those gigging musicians, of course. And I mean, what a time for them. You know what I mean? We all know that, you know, a lot of them who are relying on that gig work for their livelihood are really in a tough place right now. And then on top of that, so the hotels that typically employ them, the restaurants that typically employ them, you know, there's a whole chain of, you know, a domino effect here that, you know, that's really detrimental. But also, from the other side of that, from a supply chain perspective, so now you have a lot of young people saying, okay, I'm going to pick up a guitar for the first time. I'm going to come into your store. But on the other side of it were all these supply chain issues. So like Fender's factory in China burned down in the midst of this mess in China.
Of course.
Yeah, and then all the manufacturers typically that come out of China have decided, okay, I'm pulling the plug on China and moving. So we're in the midst of like a place where we're struggling to get product, get them at a good price for people on Guam who may not have, you know, the capacity to buy something at a higher price. So the whole way there's been just pain points all along the way. And so I feel like a lot of small businesses that haven't necessarily been speaking up at this point haven't been because we don't have a voice or don't want to speak up. It's because we're like in the midst of the jungle trying to figure things out. And, you know, we just didn't have time to do that. We're just trying to go, okay, how am I going to stay afloat this week? Yeah.
Yeah, we have the same problem on our end where our suppliers themselves have cut staff. Our suppliers I have suppliers that close at noon. You have to get your orders in before noon, and they don't deliver till the next day because they don't have as many drivers. And I have other suppliers, okay, you have to order at 3 o'clock, and if you don't order by 3 o'clock, we don't deliver for 2 days. You know, that everybody has changed their schedules because they've cut staff as well. And so every supplier, and I have a list now of which supplier closes at what time and what time I have to get orders in, and it's not easy.
No, and doing business on Guam was never very, very easy. Here we are out at the end of the supply chain on most things, but you know the domino effect. You think about this, and you go, well, it's just a coffee place, right? It's just a well, it's a coffee place, but they buy their goods from wholesalers who likewise hire guys who likewise buy cars from people, and then you've got an insurance company that you deal with, I'm sure, because your business is insured. You've got financial people that you're working with, their hours, and you're making more demands on them. Even something as simple as the company that takes out the trash out on the side of Havajavo is not taking out as much trash this month from your place. In fact, from a lot of other commercial guys. So, I mean, right down to the dudes that are driving the trash can, this is having a domino effect on everybody. Now Catherine, and other people that understand how the real world works, what happens when those people aren't paying GRTs? What happens when they aren't paying their withholding taxes on all of these employees? We've got the government thinking that they're going to be okay without all of the business taxes and the withholdings.
That's what's gotten me and several other people trying to figure out how do they think that they're going to be okay, right? I mean, we know, and all of these small business people know that they're not paying the GRT that they used to be paying, right? And they're going to their tax people and they're saying, you're going to help me because 2021 doesn't look any better either. And don't worry, because we're going to be able to make this work. So there's going to be less corporate tax going in to Department of Revenue and Taxation. So I just don't understand.
How do they figure they're going to stay afloat? I think they're of the notion that they're going to continue to get $1.63 billion, maybe $2 billion out of the Fed next year, and I just don't know that that's going to be happening. And if it does, it might be targeted through service agencies directly to the people that need it the most, like the pass-through that is the monies that are going through the PUAs. But as we say, that money's not going to last forever. The FPUCs have already run out. The FEMA money is only going to be good probably just for a one-time shot, maybe two on the outside, according to Dave Del Sola, so I don't know where they think all of this additional money is going to be coming in. But again, that's what happens when you elect people that peaked in a youth Congress. That's where we've got to find people that have actually that have run businesses, that have sweat out the bank note, that have sweat out payroll, and we're not seeing that in a government. And even people say, you shouldn't say it's us versus them. I'm sorry, it's us versus them. These people have not lost any time. They have not lost any salaries unless they had to leave for, quote, personal reasons. Everybody is continuing to draw a paycheck, but people in the private sector are absolutely hurting. And the people that can do something about it right now, today, with Resolution 385-35, are the 35th Guam Legislature. Hashtag dumbest bunch ever. This guy needs he needs a gig. He needs a band to play with so he can falsetto, do that Earth, Wind, and Fire stuff.
You know, Ray, that has been the most frustrating thing for us to watch, is that the decision making here has been done by people who still collect a paycheck. You know, and I don't like it to be us versus them, because, you know, we're all dealing with different kinds of struggles for sure. But for business people who I think long term are going to carry the heaviest burden of this, when all is said and done, when people go back to their jobs, when, you know, when the thousands and thousands of people who did contract COVID recover, it's going to be business people who lost their business, who lost their home, you know, who lost everything that they've built. I mean, American music's been around for over 20 years. And to come to a place where you have to decide, is it worth it? You know, I mean, you know, some people downplay it, and I see it all over social media, and obviously
I'm one of the guys that's out there protesting. I got people telling me go home. I'm like, wait a second, this is my home.
Exactly. So that whole narrative of, you know, oh, you white greedy business people. Well, guess what? It's not white greedy business people that are hurting here. It's everybody who owns a business, and they're not all white greedy business people. So that whole narrative of that is just ridiculous. And if you're behind a keyboard typing these things out, you're probably getting a paycheck.
As we have seen. One thing, and for everybody in the room, I have a daughter, 16, and before too much longer, she's going to be out of high school and making her way towards college. And I am definitely afraid that she ain't coming back. I mean, what kind of future are we going to have here? What are we gonna be able to do for these kids? You know, to give them some idea that, you know, when you're done with college, come home to Guam and help build the community, help be a part of our economy, help be a part of the recovery. Why would they do that? Florida's open. I can go to a bar and a restaurant in Florida. I can go shopping in the stores, and you know, what shopping are we going to do here? Just the guy at Gucci, right?
Well, you know, as you know, the chamber has some. Sorry, Janice. As you know, the chamber has a number of initiatives that we have put on the table, and we're really excited about pushing them forward. But if we stay in PCOR 1, what can we do, right? So we're really, the whole reason why for this community rally is to just have solidarity with everybody and show our elected officials that, you know, they need to help the private sector. They need to share this burden that has only been borne by a very specific people, and so, you know, they have the legislature in particular has had the opportunity to make a change, to do something, or to do several somethings.
So the combination of them might actually fix things.
Exactly.
And I can think of at least one that will take care of the problem right now. Otherwise, we're going to be in a rotating emergency until it gets to be December of this year. And then we're going to have to wait until the 36th legislature gets sworn in, until they find their feet, or until they find their backbone and might find themselves willing to do something about it. 917, Janice, you got little girls off island. You know, what's the situation with them? Is there anything for them to come home to?
Well, I mean, not right now, and I mean, not in the very foreseeable future, which is a really sad thing to say, because, you know, when back, I don't know if you remember, back in like the early 2000s, so many families were leaving Guam.
Yep.
I mean, almost my entire family left Guam. The big family gatherings no longer exist for me because they saw greener pastures elsewhere, whereas Greg and I decided to stay here, you know, build our roots, raise our family, open this business, and many businesses actually that we've, you know, built and sold and things like that. And so we were so optimistic. And really in the last, you know, I'd say about the last 4 months, we've seen so many of our friends who also own businesses who've shuttered decide, you know what? They're afraid of what the future holds here. And so, an opportunity is there because so many places are more open. It just seemed like the natural thing to do, and they've left. And so I'm seeing friend after friend packing it up and go. And, for us, our son, one of the main things is our son plays soccer. And for us, it's important, like college scholarships, things like that. And then yet we're still so behind the curve where teams out there are already doing tournaments. So I'm like, how do we get to this place and how do we move past this? And your whole conversation about the legislature not owning up, I mean, it's almost disgraceful. It's malpractice.
No, it's not almost disgraceful. Janice, don't couch this in pretty words. It is disgraceful. I am dissatisfied with all 15 members of the legislature. I'm very disappointed in the number of people, especially the minority, who have an opportunity to differentiate themselves. And the idea that we'll wait until after the election is false because the election has already started. Talk to the people in your groups, guys. It's already started. And if you were a Democrat, I'd be more than happy to send you a copy of this. And if you want to carry the water and show that you are actually representing the second branch of government as opposed to being a rubber stamp for the first branch of government, I'd be happy to give you a copy of that. And I will tell people that I will vote for you because you're not a rubber stamper and that you are concerned about the 40,000 people that are unemployed and underemployed in this town. I'm sure that Carol, you've had the same experience watching another round of brain drain here on Guam.
Yeah. I did.
I did. All right. Well, here's the thing. When I was a little boy, I was raised by very, very strong women, and for the most part, nothing happens in this town until the women are pissed off enough to do something about it, to stop watching people wring their hands and say, "There's nothing I can do. What can I do? I'm scared of Lou. I'm scared of retribution. I'm scared of this, that, and the other." And it sounds to me like I've got 1, 2, 3 people, and I know a whole bunch more that are going to participate in the motorcade and the rally. Now, do you already have your signs made up, ladies?
No, not yet. We'll get one.
If you're missing some, my group, some members of my group are going to be down there and helping with the protest. I've still got mine. Mine says #35th, the dumbest bunch ever.
Okay.
That one because it's so true. Janice, you know it's true. You know it's true. You get people. I'm surprised. You're in charge of money here at the legislature. You don't know how to run a calculator. Anyway, so that's just me. So I'm going to let you guys go. And Janice, I'm glad that you and Greg are on the front page of the Guam Daily Post. I hope a lot of people see this. And the next time, is the dog groomer next door still open there, Carol?
Yes. Yep. That's.
Okay, thank God, because I know a couple of people, my neighbors, the neighbor dog got away from the house, and that dog needs to use the emergency entrance to the grooming place. Have you seen my beard lately? They can work on mine too. Carol, I'll see you and Janice tomorrow. Okay.
Yep, you tomorrow.
Thanks so much, ladies.
Looking forward to the fun here. How much fun was the phone call? We had so much fun. We blew right past the Fox News at the top of the hour. Didn't even notice. Anyway, so tell me a little bit more about the deal. I mean, I think everybody knows if you're going to ride a car, see you tomorrow, 8:30 at GPO.
That's right. And then we'll just be, asking everybody to stay in their vehicles, right? We're trying to be as cognizant of all of the protocols as possible, right?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Somebody will be seen with their mask just underneath their nose, and there's going to be somebody that's going to get all pissy and whiny on social media.
Well, we're hoping that that's not going to happen.
Oh, just watch it, and you're right. It'll be somebody that still getting a paycheck from somewhere.
Yeah. So anyway, we're asking everybody to come on down. If you yourself have not had, been negatively impacted, I'm sure you know somebody who has. So in solidarity with them, we're asking everybody to come out and show your support for them. And then, to come and stand with us at the Guam legislature. We want to make sure that they're in session, and we just want to let them know, hey, what about the private sector, right? Let's share this burden. Let's
you know.
They got the private. They do the thing on the plastic bags today. They got a hearing on that. I love that look on her face. Oh my God! I'm sorry. I didn't have the camera on you at the time. Otherwise, everybody would have been able to see that kind of eye roll, kind of hand. Oh my God! I can't believe that they're having this conversation.
Of all of the things that they could be talking about.
But it's hard to penetrate that echo chamber that they're all in, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, just some of the stuff that's come out, you know, from April, right? Well, first of all, there was nothing that came out. And then all of a sudden, like from June or July, we started seeing stuff come out. And I'm just like, really? This is what you're going to be focusing on when we've got all of these folks that need your assistance?
Hiking trails and safety on hiking trails and in the ocean is very, very important. We're going to save lives. But while you're doing that, you're not paying attention to what is really, really vitally important around here. And I will be glad when that cadre of Tinkerbells is out of the legislature and perhaps replaced by people that have got a little bit more of a sense of what really drives things around here. But I do want to, for just a second, sit on the other side of the table and say, well, you know, we had a pretty good run with that hospitality industry, and it's not going to be coming back anytime soon. So what ideas does the chamber and others have for what is the BS language they're using these days? The circular economy and regional responsibility and interaction with the other island. I think they want us to go back to being the pit stop for Copra on Guam. But I mean, certainly you've got other ideas on how to move forward with other industries, as we've talked before.
Yes, and we were here on your show a couple of weeks ago, and you know, we've got some really, really good stuff that are already laws that are in our books that we have never marketed, or we haven't done it well enough, right? We haven't taken advantage of it. So we talked a little bit about the trust and how, you know, other places in Micronesia have taken our law and have been extremely successful, right? We've talked about captive. We've talked about ADR, right? In Hong Kong alone, they have 400 cases of alternative dispute resolution, right? And we have a law that can allow us to have those types of cases here, right? And basically what these...
Underneath the flying American flag.
Exactly.
Red, white, and blue,
exactly. We have the infrastructure already in place. The stuff that we're talking about, Ray, is stuff that, you know, the infrastructure is already there. We don't have to build a brand new building.
Just need to encourage... The real estate's going to be the least of our problems here pretty soon. There's going to be a glut of commercial real estate floating around here. And if not already, it's just... And I wonder, you know, I think about this, another one that crosses my mind every once in a while at 926. This one in particular is we've got a lot of people that are going to be looking for work here, and I worry after them that the minimum wage here is going to become the maximum wage because it's going to be a buyer's economy around here, and there are going to be a lot of families that would like opportunities to make more money, but if the business is tight and we can't afford to pay you any more than minimum wage around here for a long time, there's going to be a lot of families that aren't going to be able to make it on that.
Yeah, and you know, there are people, you know, we're talking about that at the chamber, right? And some of the things that, you know, we're looking at is, well, how could businesses even look at supporting more, you know, like hiring more people and all of that when they can't even sustain themselves now, right?
Yeah, forget overtime. I might not even be able to give you 40 hours.
Yeah, and the thing is too is, again, looking 2 to 3 years out, it's not looking good. And if we don't, and how can you plan really, Ray? Right? If you're in this limbo situation, right, and you're deciding what you're going to do again.
There's people that are doing that today. I mean, we're looking at the last quarter of the year, which is traditionally a boom time for us as well. We pick up a whole lot more restaurant gigs. We pick up, you know, because everybody wants to have a Thanksgiving or you know, take a turkey to go. All of those, and so we run a whole lot of extra advertising on those kinds of things. Obviously, you pick up a lot more retail money at the end of the year as well. And so yeah, I'm very, very concerned about what the end of our year is going to look like and how that's going to set me up for decisions that I have to make on capital improvement projects that we need to do. There's a significant amount of my infrastructure that's outside in the elements with lightning and thunder and salt air. And, there's things that I wanted to be able to do to beef up my exterior part of the business. I'd like to grow the business, but will I be able to do that? Will I be able to find the people at the wages that they're going to want in the coming year? Or will I be able to keep the ones I've got? I hope none of them are hearing this right now. But what do I do when the accountant comes to me and says, "Well, Gib, here's the reality," and I don't know that anybody over at the legislature even remotely understands the conversation, and until we get people in there that do. And that's why there's the rally tomorrow, 9:28 in the morning. I'm going to make a pitch one more time. In fact, I'm going to give you this. I will give you this.
Thank you.
And if you like, you can make a whole bunch of copies. You can make, in fact, if you make 15 copies of that white snowpeck where it says Tello and Jimmy and Will and Mary and Louise Moya, just snowpeck on that. Okay. And then we'll leave room for other names, and just hand that to a couple of people in the legislature and say, we'd like you to do something like this. Now, this might not be your dream solution. It's my dream solution, and it's ready to wear, and it's something that they can put in place right now. And you know how I know it's got people's attention? Because last night, after they were talking about Klitsky's resolution, then they came out with the 92 more people are sick. Yeah, because they like to scare us. Anyway, it's always nice seeing you.
Well, I really appreciate being here.
Not a problem.
It's always a pleasure.
Not a problem. Great way to take us through the rest of Tuesday morning. By this time tomorrow, I should be in your midst over at the legislature.
Thank you.
Yeah. No shorts. It's okay. You've seen my protest shorts, right? 9:30 in the morning. Yes, Real Joe. What is it, Real Joe? What are you looking for, Real Joe? Do I want to take a break?
Yes, sir.
Right on. Janice and wait a second, who's it? Carol? Carol, yes. Janice, thank you so much for your time on the telephone here. And I'll take a look at some of the Facebook Live comments and see what folks have got to say about what they have been listening to for about the last hour on the show. And now is a good time to take a break. Be right back.
Hafa Day. I'm Robert Underwood. We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Hofady, this is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Chili's is bringing you more delicious and bold. It's bold and delicious. You know, it's like when I refer to the Republican incumbents over at the 35th Guam legislature are brave and courageous. That's what I said about him yesterday, not so much today. Anyway, so we've got the delicious and bold $10 lunch options available for curbside pickup 11 to 3 every day. Check out the expanded $10 lunch menu. Call 648-7377. Or you can use your WhatsApp feature on your phone to WhatsApp them your messages at 929-7376 to place your order. With Chili's, you can, and don't flirt with the girl when you're on the WhatsApp. Joe, with Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
I got my buddy Jeff Jam says, Janice is spot on. That's a smart girl. Smartest thing that Greg ever did. Marrying Janice, right?
Yeah.
Is that not a fact?
Yeah.
You know, you can make 100 other mistakes in your life, but you find the love of a smart woman, you're going to be okay. 888-825-5888-TALK is a telephone number around here, and a bunch of other stuff. Hold on, it's been a while since I've taken a look at the Facebook, because I'm like that. You know, I'm doing an interview. I try to concentrate on what the guests are saying. I got people on the phone. I got people in front of me. It's hard for me to take a look. Shelley says, better hope Trump wins. Thank him for the money that we've got so far. Were you able to get a hold of Juan Carlos?
No, Benitez.
I sent him a note earlier. You think he's mad at me for giving our brave and courageous incumbents a hard time today?
I don't think he gets mad.
Because I sent him a note, and I got the blue check marks, and then I sent him another one after that, and it's gray.
Oh, maybe.
What's that mean?
He could be busy. He could be very busy.
It's a busy man because you get Mike Nicholas running around saying, you know, the White House isn't sending any money in Guam's direction. What's up with that, Juan? I think we got guys. Isn't Dr. Ron McNich's daughter works over at the White House, doesn't she?
Yeah, they were trying to snub us, I think, on the.
You think there's snubbery going on? Brad Wood says, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Jerome McDonald, seriously, stop the lockdown. Just wear the mask whenever you are outdoors. No. You don't have to wear a mask outside. You wear a mask inside. And social distance and wash your hands. What's the other one that you're supposed to do? No French kissing. With strangers.
No.
Boris Hertzlet, all great points, Janice Sablon. Rick Tenorio, the federal largesse has a limit as well. No guarantee it will make it through this current passage, let alone any future ones. Brad says, right on cue, Real Joe. I don't know what is he applauding you for. Could use timestamps on these. Rick says, Joe Fist needs to squeeze harder before he lets out the falsetto. Oh, Rick's not feeling the passion in your falsetto dumbest bunch ever.
Yeah, he has high expectations.
It's late in the day. You know, can I just tell you, the Real Joe, he was already sedate this morning. You were like I was looking at you this morning. Oh, this is going to be bad.
Yeah.
Okay, but we'll survive it. Who else is playing around this morning? What's that, Jerome? Since the coronavirus started here in Southern California, I continue with my outdoor activities as long as I wear a mask and maintain my distance socially. Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about with outdoor activities like hiking, running, that kind of thing. I wouldn't. If you're biking, I wouldn't wear a mask or something like that. Maybe if you're in like an outdoor cafe or something like that when you're walking into it. But by the time they sit you down, I don't know. For me. If the masks work, then why do we shut everything down? If they don't work, why do we have to wear them? Is my litany on this. Debbie Canetta, what's she saying? It's the folks getting free money. Yes, it is the folks getting free money. We're going to mark my words, and Debbie, you're good at keeping me on my toes. Mark my words, guys. It will be January or February of 2021, and Dave Del Solo will have spent all of the money that he got for the the PUAs and the FPUCs, and there ain't going to be a whole lot by way of money floating around on a going basis. Maybe we'll get another EIP, maybe another one of those $1,200 deals, right? Maybe.
Please.
What? Game Boy, right? No,
Pretty please.
What's that little Game Boy, the Switch?
Yeah, that's
Have
cool.
you ever played with that?
No, it looks too complicated for me. I've seen kids play it, though.
Dude, no, it's...
I gotta figure it out.
The technology that is in one of those little switches. God, somebody wanted to give me one, and I said, no, stupid. But the technology that's in one of those little switches is really kind of amazing when you compare it with the technology that was available in the high-end stuff just, 3 or 4 years ago. And they've managed to scrunch everything down. All right, what's that, Shelley? True, but far greater choice with him. It's a delicate negotiation process for sure. Lynn Tadenko says, half a day, everybody. Pam Duval says, I am so disgusted with our government. Ditto. Frank Chargala, buenos, Zen, half a day. Oh, but let me finish my prediction. It's going to be January, February next year, and people will have blown through that second EIP. We're not going to get any more public unemployment assistance money. The government of Guam will not have access to any more of serious CARES money, and people are going to start going back to their jobs, hat in hand, saying, boss, you got anything for me today? And boss going to say, no. But the hotel is going to reopen, right? Why would the hotel reopen? We're not bringing it. The hotels did not go into business so that they could live off crumbs. Oh, what are we talking about? You know, a couple of $100 a room night here on Guam? Profitable at 85% occupancy? What's going to happen when we're not anywhere near hitting those numbers? And like I said, the smart businessman says, I lose this much money if I'm closed. And if I open under less than ideal conditions, I lose money 10 times faster. So how much does it cost just to keep enough air conditioning going on the floors so that things don't go moldy? How much does it cost? We'll sell everything, and I know hotels that have already done this. Whatever was in the F&B and the dining, sold, because they didn't want to be sitting on the inventory, didn't want to refrigerate the inventory, didn't know when they were going to be able to go back to cooking as much of that inventory, so it's gone. I know a bunch of bars that didn't want to keep their beer refrigerated and knew that it had a shelf life and immediately started selling off to people on the side. That way they don't have to run the chillers. That way they're not sitting on any kind of inventory. And we'll just kind of hold our breath on the rent and the other utilities. And just enough air conditioning so that things don't go moldy. I agree with your prediction about 2021. Sadly, too many are oblivious to what the future holds. That's a fact. And I'm sorry to say it, but there are a lot of people right now that have somebody put that up on the Facebook. He was trying to sell an Xbox, wasn't he? Or it was a dude selling the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
And he was like, I need to sell this. I'd normally be selling it for about $500 or $600 for the set, but I'm only going to sell it for $200. Maybe to one of you guys that still have your PPP money or your EIP money that you didn't already go and blow on everything that they had to sell over at Ross. And people were passing that around like it was a meme. But here's a guy that is at the edge of his financial life, and now we start selling stuff over at the house. Ray needs your audio system out there at your next gathering playing Release Me. You know, Rick, thanks very much for the reminder. And Sandra McKeever, if you're listening to the broadcast this morning, it would be nice if there was somebody running around. Oh, my God, it would be awesome. You remember when they were trying to get that guy out of Panama, Noriega?
Yeah.
You're old enough to remember when we raided Panama to get Noriega out, and he'd taken sanctuary somewhere. And they brought in this crazy psyops, right? They brought in sound systems, and they kept the lights on the building on and sound systems that played Van Halen's Panama over and over and over and over and over again until everybody in the building, just couldn't take it anymore.
Psychological warfare.
I'm thinking the same thing, although I don't know about Release Me over at the legislature, but Macarena.
Oh, man, that would hurt so bad.
The Macarena, just over and over and over again on the sound systems. We'd all have the rest of us that have our in-ear monitors and things like that. But good idea, Rick Tenor. We'll be working on that. Lynn says, Ray, our people need to evaluate each of our current leaders. Accountability. They're not leaders. They're not. Lynn, never call them leaders. They're not leaders. They are our representatives. None of those people are fit to lead anybody that is listening to this program. We've put them in place to represent us, and now we've got a great opportunity to determine who has represented us in our best interests. And I would urge you to go to GuamLegislature.com and take a look at the bills that have been passed. How many of them, honest to God, have a beneficial impact on you? How many of them have a beneficial impact on your business? Or someplace that you like shopping at, or whoever it is that employs you. They've had almost 2 years over in the 35th Guam legislature. Every day is a new opportunity to introduce a piece of legislation that would make a difference. Do you want the easy ones? What time is it? 9:42. Crap, I'm on a roll. You want the easy ones? Roll back the business privilege tax, 3%. And you're going to, but Ray, the government of Guam can't survive on that. We're not here to make the government of Guam survive. It's the other way around. They're there to serve us, not the other way around. Business privilege tax down to 3%. I want a permanent tax holiday on food and medicine. I've always wanted a tax holiday on food and medicine. And when it's time for our kids to eventually go back to school, I want us to be able to go to virtually any store on Guam and buy a laptop and printers and printer ink and printer paper and school uniforms and school binders and compasses that they'll never ever use, but you got to buy them anyway, and a ruler that fits in a 3-hole punch. And I don't want to pay any taxes on that. We need that for our kids' education. The government of Guam should not be making any money on that. Simple to put together. You want another one, easy one? We have to line up today. I'll bet you it's busy up in Jigo. I'll bet you up at Jigo FBLG, right? That's where Jigo Gym. That's where the food thing is going to be today.
Distribution.
Yeah, do you know if you can walk up and get food?
No, you have to drive.
You have to drive. What do you need in the car to drive up to Jigo to get your to the Jigo Gym? Need gas in the car, right? So I forget what it is. 15 cents per gallon is the liquid fuels tax. You want to give everybody on Guam a break? We're not fixing the roads. I keep looking around. We're not fixing the guardrails. Every time you go drive down one particular stretch of road, there's a new guardrail that's all snaggletooth because some drunk idiot in the middle of the night clipped it. You go over by on Teedson on the way in, on the Parkway, on the Magahugga driveway. You go in, and somebody left the road and hit the chain link fence. And I guarantee we're never going to fix it. We'll just look at it like that forever. It'll just be a thing. We'll just go, I remember when that was brand new, and it looked great for about 3 weeks. And somebody plowed into it, and they didn't fix it. Now would be a good time. Here's another one, just to make me happy, and I'll stop complaining about it. Could we give somebody in the government of Guam that hasn't lost any hours, that's probably sitting around the house, could we give them, I don't know, a grinder and go and start taking apart that god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence so when the tourists do come back to Guam, if they ever come back to Guam, they don't have to look at this ugly, looks like jail monstrosity down the middle of the corridor that takes them from the airport to our tourist district. Okay, I think that's enough. You okay there?
I'm okay.
You got it off
feel
your
better?
chest? Yeah, well, I'll feel better when I get back to sleep. I've talked myself back into, I might actually be able to go back to sleep now. How about that? And if you've got any more ideas, then please, tomorrow at the legislature, I shouldn't say it. I should have some degree of confidence, right? I should have some degree that there's just one or two people over at the legislature that are listening right now that are feeling it, going, man, if I've lost Ray, that, I mean, right? You can't hide behind my friendship. If you've lost Ray, that means you've lost everybody. When somebody as nice and as balanced and fair comes out and says, you're not doing what we put you to do in there, wow. That means you really, really got to reevaluate what you're doing. Okay, so I need to reevaluate what I'm doing. We, from time to time, will conduct road reflectors. Don't get me started on road reflectors. Don't even. It's another 10 minutes before I'm supposed to do a giveaway that Real Joe just found out about this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I'm to give away 2 liters of Pepsi. And in addition to the 2 liters of Pepsi, I'm going to give you a $30 gift certificate that you can use at Pika's.
Oh, that's sweet.
Got your attention now.
Yeah.
So I was talking about that guy that's got to sell his Nintendo Switch. And there's going to be a lot of people that, unfortunately, because the legislature isn't paying attention to anybody but themselves. I'm sorry, was that aggressive?
Yeah.
Because the governor doesn't care. They may have to eventually sell their car. What color car gets the most money at resale time? And if you work in a dealership, you're not allowed to play. It's no fair. What color car gets the most money at resale time? Some of you are going, Ray, can you make this an online contest? And the answer is yes. Yes, I will make this an online contest. $30 gift certificate to Pika's Cafe, plus 2 liters of Pepsi from the guys at Pepsi Guam Bottling. All you need to do is tell me what color car gets the most money at resale time. All right, what have I got? I got Jerome saying black. No, incorrect, Jerome. Brad Wood says red. Red is number 2. Red will not get you the highest resale value. You know why? Because cops see the color red better than anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The red cars look fast just by them standing still. So a cop will pull you over because you know what? Somebody here is gonna be speeding. So I'm gonna give you a ticket now in advance. Dennis Benzer says blue. No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Lynn Tadenko, no, red is still wrong. Marie Ramey Delgado Camacho says color white. Absolutely right. It is color white. Real Joe, do you see that name there? No, you don't? You're just not looking hard enough. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and right-click on this. Marie, I'll send you a quick note. A Real Joe will send you. And when I say I'll send you, I mean Real Joe will send you a note a little bit later on to tell you how you can. Name? Camacho.
Marie Camacho.
No, it's Marie Ramey Delgado Camacho.
Okay.
That said color white, which is an actual color. So tomorrow we'll do this not at the same time. I'm going to do it earlier in the program. But I got food from Olive Garden, Taco Bell, and Panda Express, in addition to 2 liters of Pepsi that we'll be giving away in the next couple of days. Now I might not do them all online on the Facebook Live, because I probably should make it fair to people that actually have to dial a telephone. But we'll see how it plays tomorrow and all of that stuff. 888-255-888-TALK. Marie, one of us will be in touch with you to let you know about winning and stuff like that. So 9:49 in the morning. Is there other on the table of contents? Yes. I'm going to go back to the Guam Daily Post because that's where I get my news. Also, front page story: Doctor, family gatherings lend to increasing COVID-19 cases. And now the new guidance, and I'm wondering how they're going to turn this into an executive order. I wonder how they're going to do this. You know, we got the cops shutting down the Krauts. I wonder if the cops are going to come and shut down and knock on people's doors and saying, everybody in this house live in this house? Or are you visiting your friend? Dr. Nguyen says they're asking people to stay home and not visit other family members from other households. Well, what if my sister calls me up and says, I have chicken cacciatore again, like she did the other day? Right? Am I not to go there because COVID? Yeah. When I decide that I want to go hang out with Nyao in his garage, because he's got a nice refrigerator. It's always got the Bud Light. It's always got Bud Light. Am I supposed to not go there? Am I supposed to just sit around? I'm trying to understand how this is all supposed to work. Wait a second. I can go to the beach and hang out with 5 people that I'm not related to, but now you're telling me I can't go to my sister's house? I can't go see my brother at his place and play with the dogs? Is that's the new guidance now because we're not in the same household? Why don't you just come out and say it and be as direct as you can about this? Who are these people? I've seen the paperwork. I've seen the slides. Just come out and say it. There are people in this community, of a certain community, that have got have got issues. They've got picking up COVID-19 over here and going into homes that maybe visiting people. Maybe they're visiting people that they know. Maybe they're just hanging out and drinking beer in the afternoon. But I think you know who those folks are, and you need to figure out how you're going to address this particular deal. No, Dr. Nguyen, I love you. You're my buddy, and you always hook me up with trips to the Philippines for my physicals. But in this case, I think I'm going to have to politely decline. I will continue to visit family members in other households. I will continue to visit other people in their households because that's what humans do. I've seen people, without embarrassing them, one of my buddies, Jeff. And last time I saw Jeff, we did not do that stupid elbow thing. We didn't fist bump. We went in for the hug. And the reason is because I figure he's dying for. He's worth dying for. That kind of buddy. But the other part of it is he looked perfectly healthy to me. And I know I'm fairly healthy. So it was a risk I was more than willing to take. And I worry that sometimes these guys, when they're thinking about all these policies and stuff, they're thinking that nobody is willing to take some kind of a risk. Yeah, I'm 58 years old. I don't know how much more time I got on this earth. I want to be out. I want to play. I want to party. I want to gang up with people. I want to sit around and make jokes about politicians with my friends over at the beach. You know when the last time that I was able to enjoy a barbecue on the beach? Wow. Almost feels like it was 100 years ago, and it wasn't that long ago. But it's me and my mates and a friend of mine stand-up paddleboarding for the first time ever. There's little kids running around, and there's really good meat that somebody got on base.
The base meat. The best meat ever.
Best candy. Well, why can't we do that now? Why can't we just take a risk? And oh no, it's going to be very disappointing. It's going to be, I know that there's people that are like all freaked out about this thing over with Lutz and McCrouts. So, do you want to know a secret? It's not a secret if you were there and you know who these people were. I wasn't sitting all that far off from, shall we say, medical personnel.
Oh.
And there was social distancing going on. When they got up, they put the mask on. And, they did all of the things that the protocols say that you're supposed to do. And everybody seemed to be following all of that stuff. And if they're willing to go and take a chance on the possibility that, they're going to be out in the outside of McCrouts, they did. And they seemed to have a very, very good time. And this thing about traveling nurses all being blonde, I don't think that's correct. Well, not natural. But anyway, so we got there were those kinds of people, and I remember walking into the bar and saying hello to all kinds of people, and it felt normal. It really felt normal. Some of you are going to say, "Well, that Lutz, he shouldn't have done that." I disagree. More power to him. More power to him. The idea that they gave him a business license so that he could run a bar/restaurant in what is otherwise no man's land when it comes to commerce, right? I remember the first time I went to the McCrouts. It wasn't that long ago because I could not see myself driving all the way down to Malolo to go and get myself something to eat because I'll pass 20 Wendy's and 18 Subways and a McDonald's along the way or other restaurants. And then I discovered the magic of McCrouts. Oh, yeah, they have beer there.
Yeah.
I didn't even... really?
Great beer.
Really? So he doesn't even listen to me anymore when I go down there. He looks at me, makes a couple of things, sends some words in English and German. I can never tell which, and then goes on his way. I've told him, I said, this is the way you need to do McCrouts. And in fact, they got to do this way at the breweries, even Carabao. I think they need to put up a sign that says, this is a can of Budweiser. If you like Budweiser, which we don't sell, then drink this, which we do sell. You like Asahi? We don't sell that here, but we sell this, and it's a German version or a European version of whatever. You like a dark beer, you like a Guinness or something like that. Oh, hell, they sell Guinness. No way. Anyway, 9:56 and change. Just a couple of thoughts as I'm rolling around with this in my head. 888-825-5880-TALK. The idea that people have built businesses that have been in operation for years and are at risk of losing them from decisions that don't seem to make a whole lot of sense, considering we've now been told by the WHO lockdowns don't work. When are they going to hear that over at Adelup? They're going to pay any attention to that? Or they got to wait until their so-called experts come through? CDC says quarantines don't work. Well, we're still doing quarantines. So when are we going to get to a point, as everybody has said, look, guys, we have to learn to live with this. The Barrington Declaration is what you want to look for. If you haven't seen it yet, look up the Barrington Declaration. Look up also, and it's beginning to spread a little bit wider now, the conversation by the WHO, interviews that have been conducted. And if you absolutely need them, direct message me on Facebook, and I'll be happy to send you links to a couple of interviews. One of them fairly short, the other one fairly long with 3 people. I mean, we're talking Princeton, Yale guys and that are sitting around with an interviewer, and they're going through all of it step by step, chapter and verse, why the lockdowns aren't working and why it only will serve to continue to hurt people in this community. 9:57 and change. Do I take a break here? I can? Okay, well, let me come back after these.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a credit card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless credit cards from First Hawaiian Bank. Visit any branch or at fhb.com/contactless to apply for a United credit card. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
What's this? Misdirection and fear-mongering. Hawaii's arrival testing debate continues. A decision expected this week from KHON. The senators state how important it is to restart the local economy, but, quote, it must be balanced with prudent and cautious prevention and mitigation protocols. The current plan will cause a surge of infected residents and visitors by Thanksgiving, which forces us to return to economically and morally bankrupt lockdowns. Somebody says that statement all by itself was enough for people to go, yeah, so you want to kill tourism in Hawaii? Is that what you're talking about out there? Yeah, we got to balance it out with the mitigation protocols and preventions. Otherwise, everyone will die. Why do people do that? Why do lefties do that? Just go so breathless about things. So I got to go. Mana Silva Tyron and Raymond Gibson and Jerry Roberts and Real Joe back in the studio tomorrow. But again, tomorrow is protest day, so I'm going to be leaving early. Everybody, welcome. You're welcome to join me. I'm going to leave here at 9 and go straight to the legislature right after that. Bring your signs. Wear protest shorts. We're going to be good to go. Radio stations, KUSG, I got you, 93.3. This here is The Point.
No punches. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump back on the campaign trail in Sanford, Florida, just over a week after he was hospitalized with COVID-19, taking shots at his opponent.
Forgot Mitt Romney's name? He didn't know what state he was in?